Hello everybody and welcome into the SFA Season 16 Bowl Season BearCave games. We are here welcoming Coach Wind. We've got a full slate of an entire bowl season for you coming today. And then we'll be down to the 12-team playoff. And that will be 11 game day style games. But today we've got all of the regular bowls. We've got the Citrus Bowl, which is going to be the biggest Citrus Bowl matchup in SFA history. As we got number 4 versus number 7, Oklahoma State and Tennessee. So lock in. It's going to be a lot of fun. Today is an absolute jam-packed slate. We'll be back on Thursday for 2 first-round games at least, just depending on timing. Might be able to squeeze a third in. And then on Saturday, we'll have the remaining of the opening round, start of the quarterfinals, and then Sunday will be quarterfinals and semifinals. So it's going to be a lot of fun here. And today we're really going to get to see a picture of who is going to get all of those BearCave rewards. Remember, people are fighting for BearCave rewards. You're fighting for raffle tickets to get an additional player reward. So still, even if you're not in a bowl game, still a lot of things to kind of be decided. And if you guys are in a bowl game, obviously you do want to win your bowl, but there's a little extra flavor on top. If you win a bowl game, you get to either raise the overall of an SFA player +2. Can't do that to any freshman incoming. Has to be an existing player on your roster. You could add $40K for next season, or you could get an additional transfer portal scholarship for next season. So a lot of stuff is on the line. If you're in the playoff, you already get one of these rewards, so you can DM me if you'd like already. So we got a big time slate. I believe it's 23 games, so let's go ahead and get on into it. It's a full slate of BearCave. It's going to be just like regular BearCave rules. We'll jump in. If it's close, we'll check out the ending of the bowl, and then I'll have the BearCave results out later tonight for an update as we head into the college football playoff portion where it's double the points. So welcome in, guys. It's an earlier start. Let's get underway. We'll start out here in the Patreon Lending Tree Bowl between Louisiana and Georgia Southern. So we're going to go kind of from the lowest tier games to the highest tier. And I think with the change in the playoff, this is probably the most stacked bowl season we've had, because instead of just having some of these conference champion matchups in the bowls, you kind of get the upper tier teams kind of vaulted down a little bit, making some of these bowls that you normally wouldn't really care about into really marquee matchups. So it's going to be interesting, but we'll start out here in the Patreon Lending Tree Bowl. Already one bowl game was decided. If you didn't already see, the video's already up on the YouTube channel. This was a great game between Maryland and Ohio. Coach Papa Smoke got it done at the very end. Ohio could not come back, so that one is worth watching. But we'll get out on here into the Lending Tree Bowl. Louisiana and Georgia Southern, two G5 programs that have a history of great success in the SFA. As you all know, Georgia Southern in season 13 made that run to the national championship, but couldn't get it done against Jay Jettas. But they are actually underdogs tonight, as Louisiana is a 2-point favorite. So remember, you guys are all going for raffle tickets as well. So we're going to do predictions for every single one of these games. So get them going. Bob and us, get those jumping, as we got 23 different opportunities. Now, I know a lot of you guys don't really bet your money all that much, but you should. And big chances to make some here today. So let's get on into it. First matchup underway. 2-point favorite for the Raging Cajuns. Who's going to win the Patreon Lending Tree Bowl? We'll jump in with the away team. As always, if you are a user, I'll jump on you. All the same BearCave rules apply here tonight. Going to be a very interesting stream. Always a very long one. Since we got 20-plus matchups to get on into. So Georgia Southern gets the home jerseys. Remember, whoever is the higher ranked or the higher tier team gets the home jerseys, but everything is going to be neutral site. So Georgia Southern, they did take down Tennessee this year in a bit of an upset. See if that can carry on over to beating the Cajuns. Glad Pebble Stadium. Not sure where this game is played, but we'll always go heads and kick. Then we'll have the Citrus Bowl later on tonight. So first quarter of bowl season, here we go. Georgia Southern kicks off with a field goal. The Raging Cajuns score 10 unanswered. Oh, baby. Georgia Southern not doing much. They tie it up, though. And not a lot of crazy spreads here today. A lot of very close matchups on paper. Louisiana has a touchdown lead, expands it back to 2 scores. Georgia Southern on the ropes. Can Georgia Southern get it done? They do. They get a touchdown. All right, next change possession. They take the first lead, so 14 unanswered. We are going to go one play at a time. Remember, we'll jump in at that 2-minute mark. It's a 15-yard penalty on the defense. Can Georgia Southern hang on here? It doesn't look like it as they are inside the 20. We'll jump into our first bowl of the season. ULL. Can they get it done? Raging Cajuns have a history of not getting it done. We'll see if they can with a brand new core. We haven't seen them in quite a while. In the days of Darren Williams. Flynn Saunders was supposed to play here. So they're going to run some clock now. Down 4. They need a touchdown. 1st and 10. The lefty throws it. Hits his tight end. And that'll be a first down. Still some straggling players on this roster from Georgia Southern that did play in that national championship, but all the SFA players are gone. 1st and goal now here for the lefty. To the flat, it's intercepted. No, he caught it. I totally thought it was picked, but David Bryant brings it down, saves the game. Mike Anderson, legendary Broncos running back. 2nd and goal, the offset eye. Safety's coming on down. The handoff. They are going to blow that up. So 2 plays now here from inside the 10. Yeah, the camera moved just enough to make it look like a pick. So now into the shotgun here, the lefty. It's going to be a stick concept. He has time, dumps it to the tight end. 4th and short. Just what you want to see here in bowl season in the SFA. Game coming down to 4th and goal. So game on the line. It's 4th and goal for the Raging Cajuns to win the Lending Tree Bowl. They're going to run the clock. The 2-point favorites, can they get it done? 4th and goal, what's the call for the Raging Cajuns? They drop back. The lefty over the middle. It's caught. Touchdown, Louisiana. They take the lead. And now this will be to cover the 2-point favorite. What a beautiful line set by our odds makers, as that will do it. So a 3-point lead. Georgia Southern now has 40 seconds in a dream. Down 3. And remember, for those of you guys keeping tallies of the conference win-loss, this is Conference USA versus Sun Belt. All right, 41 seconds. To the flat here. That could have ended it right there. Peter Griffin, the long time, or Peter Green, I mean, not Peter Griffin. The long-time quarterback for them. He took over for the legendary J.J. Johnson. 2nd and 10. This could be a dump off, not doing well. They're going to have to hurry it up. Things not looking good here for the Eagles. 3rd and 8, 25 seconds left. Man in motion, too much time coming off the clock. They need a field goal. Dumps it off to the running back, and they'll give Austin Washington the first, but they're going to have to hurry it up. Fringe jam range now, 17 seconds. Georgia Southern needs a miracle. 10 seconds over the middle. That might just end the game. Can they get back to the line? 4, 3, 2, 1. Triple zeros. Louisiana gets it done. They win the Lending Tree Bowl, and they are going to cover. What a win, and what a game-winning drive there for the Raging Cajuns. A beautiful start to BearCave here, folks. So for those of you guys betting at home, that is a Louisiana cover to get us started. So whoever bet on Georgia Southern, sorry. You lose your Bobanos. Corey Tyree goes 32, 169, and a couple of touchdowns. Yeah, a lot of opportunity today. And remember, those CFP opening round games are double points. So a lot of opportunity to get back into it, get into that top 3. I think we have 15 to 20 coaches technically with a chance if BearCave swings their way. So Conference USA will start bowl season at 1-0, and the Sun Belt will start at 0-1. And I'll keep a tab on how all of the conferences do. So as always, we'll go through the stats, and I'm going to have to, let's see, normally I like to, there's a bowl season error, so I'm going to take a couple screenshots of each game. I need the scoring summary here just in case. So this is ULL cover 1. Okay. And we'll check out the player stats for everything, as well as Mike Anderson, the junior, 17 of 30, 215, and 2 touchdowns. Rushing the ball, Tyree, 169. Through the air, they were able to get some done. And on defense, 14 tackles for Harris, 3 TFLs for Everson, no sacks, no interceptions, 2 deflections, and 1 fumble that was recovered by the defensive end. And for Georgia Southern, the senior Peter Green, 20 of 32, 274, and a touchdown. Remember, this is going to be the last time we see some SFA greats here today. So, no SFA greats here except Brutus Meatcake, the freshman, but he has a long career ahead of him. 3 sacks here for Georgia Southern, and they couldn't get it done. Very clean game, though. No interceptions, just 2 fumbles on the night. So that will end our first BearCave game of the day. We'll get our players of the game as Austin Washington and Corey Tyree get it done. And remember, this is also a showcase sometime. If somebody makes a name for themselves today, you might find them in the transfer portal here a little bit later, couple weeks. I do not add the trophies, and all right, let's get on into the next game. So next up, we are going to UCF and San Diego State. All right, so let's see if we can find it here. This is the Hot Takes Barstool Arizona Bowl. And UCF is a 3-point favorite in this one, so let's get that prediction going. Who do you think covers? Are you riding with the Sun Belt? Or are you riding with the traditional Mountain West power in San Diego State? Kind of a down year for them. So get those Bobanos going. Once again, another CPU versus CPU game. A lot of those here at the start. And we'll jump on board with the away team here, the UCF Knights. A couple of SFA players on both sides in this game. You got Kason Moist, the wide receiver for UCF, and a couple of defenders. And then for San Diego State, you've got Billy Gilmore, the longtime linebacker, former Kansas linebacker, playing his final game. So let's get her done. UCF, San Diego State, 3-point favorite for the quote-unquote road team here. They went 6-2 in the Sun Belt versus 4-4 in the Mountain West. So we'll really get to see the how good some of these conferences actually are. So you got the MAC, Sun Belt, missing a conference, the AAC. Then we got the SEC. All right, I got all conferences here. So here we go. UCF, San Diego State in Arizona. We've had a lot of beautiful games on this field. Welcome in, McNasty. The champ is here, watching his former team that he brought to the college football playoff. The first G5, I believe, to make it, along with UAB. So we'll kick for UCF. Let's see if they can get it done. My money would probably go on San Diego State in this game, but 7-0 for the Aztecs early. Remember, they had to travel a lot less, and oh my, what a start for this for the Aztecs. 21-0 right to the dome. We'll see if UCF can make a comeback. Remember, this is Ed Bradley, the former Arkansas quarterback, still at San Diego State. And he's having a good game. We'll see if UCF can make it 135-10. Not looking good here. San Diego State bludgeoning the UCF Knights. 35-17. Is there a late push in their future? They missed the field goal. And it doesn't look like it. 35-17 might just be your final. We got a punt, and that's going to do it. San Diego State dominates here. And that's going to be an SDSU outright victory. Mount West picks up their first win, and the Sun Belt is now 0-2 to get us started. So not a good start for the Sun Belt. As we take a look, we got a fumble recovery. Let me get a screenshot of this here so that in case we get a glitch, I still have the scoring summaries. That's an SDSU outright win as well. So domination in front of their old coach here tonight. As Aaron Brown, the sophomore quarterback, 71 overall, not a very good day. 257 yards, 1 interception. Omar Hollis, a little under 100 yards. And the SFA player, Kason Moist, goes 3 for 63. Might be looking for a new home after this season. Rock Captain, SFA player, gets a sack. A lot of deflections, so a lot of missed opportunities here for UCF, including 2 forced fumbles that they didn't pick neither of them up, as Ed Bradley, the transfer from Arkansas, he's a junior, might just come back. 16 of 34, 220, and 4 touchdowns. This might be a popular pick to make a run next year, looking at some of these players. 4 TFLs here for Paul Simons, 2 sacks for them. The interception goes to Matt Prince. Couple of deflections, and the fumble goes to Stevens. And Billy Gilmore, in his final game of his career, gets 2 tackles. Welcome in, Coach Flame. So the Sun Belt starts 0 for 2 tonight. The Mountain West is now 1-0. MAC is also 0-1. I missed it. Oh, no. My fat thumb hit B. No. So no players of the game for that one. That's alright. I'll grab those a different way. Let me just grab those right now so I don't miss them. So Ed Bradley and Aaron Brown as well get their players of the game. So this is outright one. Alright, and let me pay it out. So a lot of you guys went with UCF and they didn't win. So 2 games in a row, the team that got less money from you guys is winning. Alright, so we got our first push matchup of bowl season, and it's going to be a fun one. We're headed to the blue turf. We've got our first user in action, Coach Eisen, taking on Arkansas. 2 of the last 5 teams in. 2 of the only 5 6-6 teams. Miami had by far the best resume. Arkansas, I believe, was actually the final team selected. So we'll see if they can get it done here. Coach Eisen, if you are here, let me know heads or tails, kick or receive. So who wins? Are you going to go with Miami or are you going to go with Arkansas? So minute on the clock here. We've got Independent versus the Big 12, their first game of the day. We have both Independents making bowl games this year. Remember, this is a push game, so 3 points available. Welcome in, Coach Mike Gronstall. You've only missed 2 games. We had Louisiana beat Georgia Southern in the Lending Tree Bowl on a final game-winning drive, 30-27. And then we saw San Diego State dominate UCF in the Arizona Bowl. So Sunbelt 0 for 2 to start the night. A lot of money going in on this game. That's what we like to see. I want to see at least 1,000 going on each side in each of these games. So this is our first kind of big money matchup. 2 power conferences, if you want to consider Miami one. Battling it out on the blue turf, baby. $17K on the Miami Hurricane. They did beat FSU this year. They've had a couple good wins. Both of these teams had. Arkansas was in the hunt for the Big 12 North. Ended up not being able to get it done against Missouri. And then they lost to Texas Tech anyways. So didn't even matter. All right, here we go. The blue turf, baby. Albertson Stadium, the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. So we'll go heads and kick per usual. I love the end zones here. Here we go. Boil them, mash them up. Arkansas starts it off. Woo Pig Suey up north. Miami misses an extra point. Oh no, is that going to make a difference? Arkansas goes 14. Miami, they're hanging in there. We got a good ball game here. A true push game. Arkansas and Miami, 16 for Miami. Can they get this done? Fourth quarter, Arkansas goes up 2 scores. Miami, they've got to respond. They don't. Remember, we can only jump in if it's a 1-score game, and it's not. So we got to wait until they score. The offense not doing much here for Miami. Uh-oh, they're on the ropes. It's 4th down, down 12. They get a penalty. They get lucked out. Can they punch this one in? It's 3rd and goal. 4th and goal. And no! They're stuffed. Arkansas with the goal line stand, and that's going to do it. Welcome in, Coach Nathan. So just a horrible second half for Miami, and Arkansas is going to get it done. So that's an Arkansas outright victory, folks, if you're tracking that at home. Miami, man. I feel like they're probably the favorite, but unable to really do anything here in the second half. So Arkansas, that is an outright victory for them. Got a lot of tracking I got to do here as the Big 12 gets their first win of bowl season, and Independent, they go 0-1. So now we'll look at the player stats here. Chris Robinson goes 22 of 34, 288. On the ground, running all over the place. Steve Harris and Bell getting 2 tutties. And 10 pancakes there, 9 tackles, a lot of TFLs across the board. No sacks on the day, no interceptions. Haven't seen a lot of interceptions yet in these games. Or just one fumble there, and then we'll see what happened to Miami. We've seen this team quite a bit as Anthony Cameron ends his career on 50% completion and only 200 yards. Travis Birch should be back next year. And Jorge West, 12 tackles, couple of TFLs here. No sacks, no interceptions. Once again, very good football being played across the board in these lower level games, but 2 fumbles. No, not the Bobanos McNasty. I bet you could get those Bobanos back if you keep on betting, because remember, you do accumulate them while you're watching. So players of the game, we got Steve Harris, Roger Price. This is an Arkansas outright victory if you're tracking your BearCave at home. And let's pay them out. The Arkansas bettors, once again, the lower pick team, only 28%. Getting it done, getting those Bobanos, enjoying. That is a big result. The bowl of potatoes, heads down, woo pig suey. As we're going to move on, we're going to head to another game that has 2 6-6 teams that were part of the final 5 to make it. See if we can find them here in this long list. We got Buffalo at Ole Miss in the Guaranteed Rate Bowl. This is going to be a really fun matchup. Ole Miss had a chance to kind of play their way into that SEC championship. If few things bounced their way, they didn't. And Buffalo has a couple of big wins on the year, including beating Notre Dame on BearCave. So this is going to be a 4-point favorite for the Ole Miss Rebels. Coach Bodie, if you're here, let me know. Heads or tails, kick or receive. If not, we'll just go on board with Buffalo, who I think this is their first bowls in, or no, they made the playoff last year. So, yeah, it might be their first bowl, like regular bowl, since Penn retired. So we've got Buffalo, Ole Miss. Who do you have? Very interesting game. SEC's first appearance, same with the ACC. As we will jump on into this game. Still have not had a user besides Coach Papa Smoke win their off-season strategy. Remember, folks, if you win your bowl game, you get your choice that you have to DM me of your off-season strategy. No more player cards. Those are getting vaulted. So you want to raise an overall of an SFA player, plus 40K, or additional transfer portal scholarship, only if you win your bowl game. So a lot on the line in these games. So can Buffalo take down the Rebels? Sun Devil Stadium. This is in Tempe, Arizona. I didn't know that. All right, so we'll go heads and kick here. Two teams that have been in the playoffs in the last couple of years. Down year for both of them. First quarter, Buffalo gets it done. Wow, a lot of scoring in this first quarter. 21 points for Buffalo. Ole Miss battling back here. They had a weird year. 35 in the first half. Oh my, no defense being played here for Ole Miss. They decided they must have all opted out, I guess, but Ole Miss still not out of it. It's only 2 scores here. Big third quarter for the defense. They battled their way back. As we're going to go one play at a time. Now it's a 1-score game. Remember, we'll jump in if it's a 1-score game at the 2-minute mark, just like regular BearCave. And bang! A 69-yard touchdown run by Lamont King. 38-38. What a comeback for Ole Miss. They were down 38 to 14 at one point. So good game here in the Guaranteed Rate Bowl. So remember, we'll jump in at the 2-minute mark, go one play at a time. Ole Miss could take the lead here. And here we go. They're on the one. We'll see if they can get it done. Oh, they did score. All right, so it must have been one play behind. So 45-38 is your score here. We'll see if Buffalo can somehow get back into this, blowing a massive lead. They had 35 in the first half, only 3 points so far in the second half. The adjustments going in favor of the SEC here. We'll see if Buffalo can find a way. And wow, what a disparity. Just completely flip-flopped from that first half. So 2 minutes left here for Buffalo. Guaranteed Rate Bowl on the line. Remember, we saw this Buffalo team be very competitive with a few teams like Florida State and Notre Dame this year as he yams it deep and almost intercepted. It is! Off the tip. My, what a play! They're going the other way. Still on his feet. What a play from the Ole Miss Rebel. Tip drill working perfectly there. Now, this game not completely over. Buffalo still has timeouts, but what a play. There's no review. So the tip drill losing, and if you remember Buffalo's national championship, they got a few of those types of interceptions on their way to that win. So kind of getting bitten in the butt there. So 4 wide, couple of first downs for Ole Miss will complete the comeback. They try to get to the edge, and they do. Lamont King gets 4. He had that long run to get him back into it. 3rd and 2 now to end the game. Quick options, not going to go anywhere. So decision time now here for the Rebels and Coach Bodie, and they're going to be going for it. Look at this. 4th and 5, game on the line. 2 tight ends. Little offset pistol action. Man in motion, they'll just hand it off here, and he goes nowhere. That's a turnover on downs. Little hesitation in the backfield gives Buffalo a chance. And what a game this has been. Remember, guys, we want to remember who's going to be the best game of bowl season. This one giving us an early case, 45-38. Man in motion. They dumped this one off. Kenneth Smith, over 300 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. They are in yam range. Plenty of time to still run their offense. Safety's coming down. They'll blitz the safety. He floats it to the corner. Open man! First down. The Bulls are in business. It's Alex Foster. We saw him have a massive game against Notre Dame in that overtime victory. Here we go. A little over 90 seconds left. 4 wide to the right side. Empty for Kenneth Smith. 1st and 10. He's going to step up. He's going to yam it to the corner. 1-on-1. Incomplete. 45-38. 90 seconds left. Can Buffalo, who had 35 points in the first half, find their first touchdown in the second frame? Drops back. Smith rolls right on the run. Dumps it short. Almost picked again. 3rd and 10. Nothing open downfield. 50% on 3rd down. No timeouts left. Empty set. Smith floats it. Open. Can he turn? He does. That's a first. The drive continues. He hits Luis Fields. Here come the Bulls. They blitz again. He yams it deep. Hits him. Out of bounds. Oh, baby, we've got a good one on our hands, folks. Can Buffalo punch it in? They're 5 yards away. Ole Miss has to stand on their head here. Pistol. Smith has time out the back of the end zone. Ole Miss fans on the edge of their seat. They still have 3 timeouts in case things go sideways. It's good. Yeah, right through the uprights. All right, 4 wide press coverage. Smith. Over the middle. Drop. That was going to be a touchdown. Tried to hit the fullback, Bolin. And he didn't corral it. What a missed chance. Remember, this is a program that got devastated by the transfer portal last year, so they have a lot of new faces, not necessarily experience in the postseason. We got 3rd and goal. Smith steps up. He has time. He aims it. That's a touchdown. Derek Banks ties it up. And they will not get aggressive and try to take the lead here. So 1 minute left in an amazing game here. 2 of the last 5 teams into the field are giving us a classic here in the Guaranteed Rate Bowl. 45-45. Kick it off to Ole Miss now. Oh, they have some room. Broken tackle, and Lamont King can't do much with it. All right, what can the Rebels do? 56 seconds left. No defense being played. Joel Wilson at quarterback. Remember, they were a 4-point favorite. They dumped this one off. So a lot of BearCave points hanging in the balance. All different scenarios still could play out here. A no cover, a cover, and an outright loss. Lamont King gets it on the screen. He turns upfield, gets out of bounds, only for 3. They are in fringe yam range. 2 timeouts. Would not like to punt this back. Little pistol set here. Only 4-man rush. Dumps it off. That'll be a first down. It feels like this entire offense having to run through Lamont King here tonight. 43 seconds left. Wilson, he's 22-29, 3 touchdowns. Clock's ticking. They bring a linebacker. He takes off, breaks the tackle. Can he turn upfield? He does, but still gets sacked. They have to take that second timeout now. 34 seconds in a dream. 1 timeout left. Ole Miss Rebels. They take off again. It's going to be another sack. Down he goes. Clock is ticking. They've got to hurry it up. Does this game have overtime? 3rd and forever. Only a 3-man rush for Wilson. He floats it short. And that might just do it. And they'll bring out the punt formation. Feel like you should probably call the timeout here and do a Hail Mary, but they're not going to. So we've got overtime for the first time here today in bowl season. And the Guaranteed Rate Bowl, 45-45 is not enough. So we'll go heads and defense like normal. We'll see Buffalo taking on Ole Miss here. And it'll be Ole Miss to start with the rock. Full house set. They're going to audible. Trips left. They bring a safety. Yams it deep. Overthrew the wide open man. Oh no, they had him. Wide open for 6, and he just airmailed it. Looking like Jackson Dart out there. Is that too soon for the Florida game? 2nd and 10, handoff here. Reverses his field. Oh, he has room. That's going to be a touchdown for Ole Miss. Lamont King putting the team on his back. What a game we've got going here. So now Buffalo has the ball. Will they grab it and go for two if they score? We'll have to see. An incredible game. Probably the highest scoring guaranteed rate bowl we've ever had. I can only imagine. Yamming it. First play. And that's a big one. Ronald Harvey. Defense not working for either side here tonight. We might be here for a while. Empty set inside the 5. Interesting strategy. Kenneth Smith has time. Open. Touchdown. A 2-play response. Oh my. Here we go. And they are not going to go for 2. So we're going to see a second frame now. Buffalo will start. Remember, this is old school rules. This is going to be another regular frame, and then it's after the second overtime. You got to start going for 2. Floats this to the corner. Another wide open man, Alex Foster. Both defenses just getting chopped up here tonight. Through the air for Buffalo and on the ground for Ole Miss as they go empty. Over 400 yards tonight for Kenneth Smith. 52-52 over the middle open. Man, he gets absolutely smoked, but hung on. As Harvey has over 100. 16 tackles on the night for Whitaker. Safeties coming down, split backs. Hand off to the outside. Can he turn the corner? No. So third down. The first chance of OT to limit a touchdown here. Can Ole Miss find their way off the field? Another empty set. Man in motion. They'll jet sweep it, and that's going nowhere. So Bowling can't get it done. So decision time here for the Bulls. So I don't think that a field goal is going to get it done, but they will attempt it here. 24-yarder. And it's good for Buffalo. They take the lead. All right, so Ole Miss can win the Guaranteed Rate Bowl with a touchdown. Field goal would extend it. Anything less, and they'll go home empty-handed. Man in motion. Quick option to start it out for Joel Wilson. He goes nowhere. What a game this one's turned out to be. It's going to be hard-pressed to find a better game than this one. 2nd and 13. Quick option again. Ole Miss, they're choking. 3rd and forever. They may not even be in field goal range at this point. It'd be a 48-yarder. Split backs. Wilson floats it to the corner, and it's caught. First down. Alex Chambers brings it in. Remember, a touchdown wins it. What a throw on 3rd and 15. Play action. Wilson, he takes it off. He has room. He can't break the tackle. 2nd and 5. Buffalo fans starting to worry just a bit. What a game we've already had here. Pistol. Wilson, they'll hand it off here. Gets stuck on his own blocker, and King goes down. 3rd and 9. This is as evenly matched as it can get. 55-52. 3rd and 9. Empty set. A touchdown wins it. Ole Miss Has time over the middle. He has to make a move, and he can't. It's going to be 4th down. Decision time for the Rebels. And they're going to kick the field goal. So Buffalo gets the stop they needed. And it's good. So we're headed to a 3rd OT. Oh my. So now you got to go for 2 if you get a touchdown. Triple OT here in bowl season. An immediate rush. He escapes it and throws it into the turf. Joel Wilson's had one heck of a game today. Can they dig just a little deeper? 55-55, already an instant classic. Handoff here to the fullback. He's rumbling, he's tumbling, and he gets a first down. No, they'll call him short. Fenner couldn't extend it. So a chance to get off the field if you're Buffalo. All they got to do is generate a negative play. They'll throw it on 3rd and short. To the end zone. Caught! Jake Cox gets the toe in. What a play. So the empty set now. To go for 2 over the middle. It's caught. So Buffalo on the ropes. They need a touchdown and a 2-point conversion. Kenneth Smith, he floats. It's already a first down. We've lost our UI. We've gotten too deep into the game. That's Alex Foster on the catch. Inside the 20. Smith is going to be keeping it. He has a room. He can't break away. Oh, man. It's all going to probably come down to a 2-point conversion, isn't it? Buffalo immediately inside the 10. 2nd and 3. Smith hands it off. He has some room. He cuts up field, runs into the end zone. Touchdown, Buffalo. So game on the line right here to take us to a 4th OT or Ole Miss wins the game. Smith, the snap, the handoff, they get it! Oh my God, we're going again! It's Buffalo's turn. What an insane game, 4 overtimes. A quick throw on the screen and they can't do anything with it. 63-63. What a legendary bowl game we've got going here. Remember, Ole Miss is a 4-point favorite. So Kenneth Smith here. 2nd and 8. Over the middle, hits his man. It's Foster. He falls forward. No. It'll be 3rd and 3. So a chance for Ole Miss to get off the field. Can Ole Miss make the play? 7 in the box. 3rd and 3. Quick option. Goes nowhere. Quick option on 3rd and 3. Never is going to get it done. 4th and 7. They'll bring out the field goal unit. It'll be a 39-yarder to take the lead. Here's the kick. It's up and... no good! 4 overtimes, and it's the kicker that blows it. So Ole Miss now wins it with a score. So Joel Wilson yams that over the middle. Any score wins it now. So we're looking at an Ole Miss no cover. They're not bringing out the field goal unit quite yet. Buffalo on the ropes. They've got to generate a turnover. Quick option, and Joel Wilson can't get anything. Might just be centering it up for a kick here. Second and 13 now. Looks like they can still get a first down without scoring. Two tight ends. Looks like they'll be running to that side. There goes Lamont King. He gets a bit closer down to the 5. Remember, a kick is to cover, or a kick is to no cover. Somebody wants a touchdown. Touchdown will give you the cover. 3rd and 5. It's going to be a screen, a mid-screen. He caught it. Touchdown, Ole Miss. They walk it off. 4 overtime, 69-63. What a game. That'll be an Ole Miss cover. So the SEC will start out 1-0. The ACC with a tough pill to swallow there. What a game. Is 69% of you guys went with the Ole Miss. Oh, baby. What a game. What a way to start bowl season here. Of course, it's a lower level game that gives us a legendary game. 69-63, 4 overtimes. Oof. So funny enough, the 2 6-6 teams with the best resume, Miami and Buffalo, are the only 2 6-6 teams that took losses. Ole Miss won, Arkansas won, and then Maryland won. Ridiculous. All right. Glad I started BearCave earlier because this game, man, has swallowed up the time. That's all right. As always, let's check out the scoring summary. This was a Buffalo domination at the start. And even Lamont King got a returned kick. They scored 35 in the first half. And they only scored 10 in the second half. And then, of course, 4 overtimes. My goodness, what a game. That's an all-timer. So, and that will go down as an Ole Miss cover. So let's take a look at the player stats that surely are going to be a little bit crazy. As Kenneth Smith finishes 35-49, 429, 4 touchdowns, 2 picks. Run the ball, Jermaine Bolin, the fullback, 4 touchdowns. Harvey and Foster both go over 100. I believe Foster was your Balentikoff winner. 4 TFLs here for Swain, 2 sacks, 1 interception for Matt Brown, and 2 deflections with the fumble, Gene Edwards. Ole Miss, Joel Wilson, 5 touchdowns, 300 yards, but Lamont King, 167 on the ground, 2 touchdowns. He also had a couple of catches, but he also had the return touchdown as Charles Whitaker goes 17 tackles. 2 interceptions. This one we saw live was off the tip drill. And no fumbles. So we'll see who the players of the game are given to. If Lamont King doesn't win it, if they give it to Wilson, that's going to be super dumb. Give it to Lamont. Yeah! 3 total touchdowns. That is a Ole Miss cover. Coach Mike says it is, or Mike Grunstall, Bob Toledo says time for the main attraction. Oh, baby. His Eastern Michigan team. This is actually going to be a very entertaining game because when we saw Houston live on Watch Party against, I think it was Texas Tech earlier in the year, Houston was amazing in that game. So, this one will be fun. We've got the Tax Act Texas Bowl, Eastern Michigan, and Houston going at it. We got the MAC versus the Conference USA. MAC is winless. Conference USA is 1-0 to start the day. Chipotle and Old Milwaukee. Is that what they're doing? Vegas has this one at 2.5 points for Houston. Maybe a bit of a disrespect. Remember, this is a Eastern Michigan team that blew a 20-point lead to Central Michigan. So, and a win in that game would have sent them to the MAC championship. So they might feel like they should be in the playoff here. And for Houston, had they not choked along the way to some lower level teams, they might have been in the Conference USA championship. All right, so here we go. Eastern Michigan and Houston. Very interesting mid-level game here in the Tax Act Texas Bowl. So you got to think Houston has a lot more of the home fans here. Not sure where the Texas Bowl's at, but I'm sure these Houston fans would travel. Eastern Michigan choosing the Grays tonight. And we're at NRG, home of the New Heights Classic. We're here a lot, folks. So, very prestigious game here. So, Eastern Michigan and Houston, here we go. First quarter, nothing doing. So, after that game that had a combined 132 points, this one, 0 points in the first quarter. Houston breaks the scoreless. I got to check on that other game if that's the highest scoring game in SFA history. It might just be. We've had a few ones finish 60-60. So got to check on that one. All right, next quarter, 7-0. Still scoreless here for Eastern Michigan, down 10. Not looking good. Maybe the Chipotle and the Old Milwaukee wasn't a good idea, but they get one and they miss the extra point, of course. So, still need a touchdown. And they get a touchdown. That's what they needed. They take the lead here late. It just took them a second to wake up. But here comes Houston, and they respond. So, 3 minutes now. We've got a chance for a good one. Remember, we can only jump in at the 2-minute mark. So, here we go. Inside the 20, can Eastern Michigan get it done with a bit of a comeback? They're down 10 at one point. So under center, here we go. They got a little slot back action going as well as they're trying to run the clock here. 17-13, they need the touchdown. A little triple option action. He keeps it and he falls forward. 2nd and 2. McCoy, the quarterback. Jessica Aspeth, the SFA player at running back. Motion. They're going to throw it here. And that's going to go out of bounds. So it's 3rd down. 2 interceptions on the day for McCoy. Not his best passing performance. Inside the 5. Another game coming right down to the wire here tonight. Triple option, he flips it to the corner. Can he get there? Yes! Touchdown! Aspeth gets in! And that breaks the school record. So now to take the 3-point lead. There you go. All right, so now Houston on the ropes. Some great bowl action here in the lower tier games. Down in the weeds of bowl season. Even our watch party was great. Hopefully we keep this vibe headed into the big matchups. (2017). Can Houston get it done? Here's the snap. This quarterback is going to be pretty good. Dumps that off. It'll be a first down immediately. This Houston team, man, they'd probably be my #1 group of 5 team to join if I was a user looking for a new job. They've got a young quarterback, young running back, both pretty good. Great job to build around. As he escapes, he gets 2. Well, I know for sure the running back's a freshman. Maybe not the quarterback. 2nd and 8 now. Bob Toledo says it's a Swiss cheese defense. Oh, boy. 1 minute left. Has plenty of time. Offensive line doing its job, but he's just scared. He had room to run. He had time to throw, and he slides. So 3rd and 7 now. 1 timeout left. Things are not looking all that great now. Got to convert here. They're going to bring a blitz this time. Over the middle, it's dropped. 4th and 7 now. Game on the line for Houston. They're 0 for 1 on the day. What is your best play here? Safety comes on down. Overstreet to the outside. He's open in the flat. They're going to throw his way. He got to stay in. He can't. Turnover on downs. That's going to do it. Eastern Michigan's going to survive, and they're going to win it. The Tax Act Texas Bowl is headed up north. A bit of a shocker here. I thought Houston would probably win this game. So a couple of kneel downs. We always watch them out just so there's no funny business in the sim. Make sure they get their win. So 20-17 with the game-winning touchdown coming from the SFA player. Everyone gets a bedtime story tonight. There you go. 000s. There it is. Eastern Michigan finishes on top. Gets the MAC their first win here in bowl season. And Conference USA suffers their first loss. And that will be a Eastern Michigan outright. So congratulations on the 67% of you guys that rolled with Eastern Michigan. What a game from Woodard. 17 tackles, 3 sacks. My goodness, domination on the line of scrimmage. All right. So now we're starting to get into those upper tier of the G5 and the lower tier of the Power 5 games. And then we'll get into the really nice stuff after the military bowls. Come on. There we go. So no No conference has 2 wins quite yet. Only one conference has 2 losses in the Sun Belt. So Aspeth gets 2 fourth-quarter touchdowns to get it done. So as I got to get my screenshot here, just in case we get a glitch in the main menu. This was a EMU outright win. All right, so let's look at the stats now. So Jason McCoy goes 13 of 31, 1 touchdown, 2 interceptions, but they get it done on the ground. Only 52 yards for Aspeth. And Mark Carey, the junior, goes for 155 through the air. And on defense, we already saw Woodard, domination on the defensive end. Julius Nambo, SFA player and senior, finishes with 2 TFLs and 7 tackles in his final game. 1 interception for Jonathan Mack. 1 deflection. Eric Brown also got a forced fumble and the recovery. And for Houston, it is passing. They had a pass. So Mitchell, he's actually a redshirt senior. 16 of 31, 1 touchdown. And Overstreet didn't really get much done on the ground, but he definitely is a good freshman to build around. Defensively, Josh Simpson goes 12 tackles, 5 TFLs. So both defensive ends going absolutely crazy in this game. They also had 2 interceptions, but they still couldn't find a way to score more than 17 points. So despite winning the turnover battle, Houston can't get it done. They lose outright in Texas. That's a tough loss to take. So it was a tough win there for Eastern Michigan. A great win for a program to build off of. Congratulations. So EMU outright. So we'll continue on in our bowl game extravaganza. So next up, we are going to go back to the MAC. We've got the Gasparilla Bowl. This is the Pash Grass, the Paint and Security Hermanos, for those of you guys deep in the SFA lore. I believe it is this the Pash. Yeah, I believe it is. So Ball State had a chance in the MAC. Another team that fell to Central Michigan that ended up making the college football playoff. And Arkansas State, who's a game away from winning the division as well against Southern Miss. So 2 teams in very similar spots. We've got the MAC versus the Sun Belt. Sun Belt is winless so far in bowl season. See if they can pick up their first win. And Arkansas State, they also are the favorites in this game, 3 points. So see if they can pick it up, or are you going to go with Ball State? Ball State definitely has been on the up and up in the last couple of years. They do have a decent amount of SFA players on their defense. And they do have a higher ranked senior. You also got some SFA players for Arkansas State as well. So these are 2 teams that definitely you could take over and see some immediate success here in the future. All right, so we'll jump on board with Ball State. Both 9-3, both looking for an elusive 10-win season. I think 10 wins is always that mark where you got to be happy with. So here in Tampa, both teams able to head south here. Definitely a vacation for those Ball State guys coming up from up north. Down to South Florida. Home of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. You got the pirate ship going. Raymond James Stadium. So we'll go heads and kick for the Ball State team. Jacoby Diaz, the quarterback for Arkansas State. SFA player. Here we go. Gasparilla Bowl on the line. The MAC starts out hot yet again as Arkansas State struggling 10-0. See if they can battle back. Seeing a lot of comebacks already today, 13-7, and Arkansas has the lead at half. They score immediately out of the third quarter. Arkansas State waking up here late. They add another. It's 27-13. Oh my, domination here for Arkansas State. They woke up and chose violence, and that's going to do it. Arkansas State gets the cover. That's the first win for the Sun Belt. And the MAC now drops to 1-2. So it was all Ball State in the first half, and then they just did nothing. Crazy how that works out, as we'll get our scoring summary here. That's an Arkansas State cover. So Luke Haas, the redshirt senior, I mean, not a great game. 18-36, 225, 2 touchdowns. He also was their leading runner in attempts. Butler really couldn't do much on the ground. And then they got behind the second half and just kind of had to chuck it up. Gabe Zandra, the SFA player, goes 11 tackles, 4 TFLs, and 2 sacks. Sampson does the same thing. No picks for this defense and a deflection. For Arkansas State, Jacoby Diaz, the senior, his final game goes 19-31, 265, and a touchdown. And 42 carries for Paul Houston, and he goes crazy, only averaging 3 a carry. John Black, the former Notre Dame receiver, leads the way. And SFA player Eddie Wilkins getting a couple TFLs here. Not a lot, only 2 sacks. No interceptions, 4 deflections. Not a lot of fumbles. So that'll do it here for the Pasch Gasparilla Bowl. See our players of the game. This was an Arkansas State cover. So let's pay him out. Not a lot of people win for Arkansas State, so big payout for you. As we will move on, and I already see Mills in chat ready for his game, his first bowl game back from being banned. See how Boston College does. They drew a tough game against a Georgia squad. We just had an ACC SEC matchup that went to 4 overtime, so we'll see if this one is similar. So we've got the CC Sportsbook Music City Bowl, Boston College and Georgia. And they've got Georgia as a 4-point favorite in this game as well. So people always counting out Mills ball. Not often a good thing to do. Georgia knows about facing Mills in a postseason game. He's the one that knocked him out all the way back in Season 2. For the creation of the Mills rule back when he was at Alabama. For those of you guys deep in the SFA lore. So Boston College, can they get it done? Tails and kick, 4-point favorite. ACC looking for their first win here today. Georgia and the SEC looking to stay undefeated. Yes, this is definitely an offense-heavy team without you, Mills. Now they got Malachi Dawkins on the defense. So here we go. This is the Georgia team we saw in a few games recently against Auburn and company. Sonic Van Eagle, the really good receiver. This is a team that's very good on paper, but Jorge Mooney, and they've had some turnover issues. So Boston College, if they can generate a couple of turnovers, they should be in good shape. Remember, Boston College coming off of a playoff appearance last season. They shocked the world and won the ACC. So tails and kick for Mills. Can he get the bowl win? Remember, bowl off-season strategy on the line with a win here, Mills. I'll flash those on the screen after this game. But Boston College starts out with a touchdown. Big start for them. You got to get Georgia on their back foot, force them to throw the ball. That's not where Jorge Mooney excels. And no score there. Must have been a turnover, so already going well, but now they're down 4. Second half, here we go. Boston College offense kind of stuttering, but the defense showing up. Mills ball. But now can he get the offense going? It's always been his struggle, and it's a fumble 6 for Georgia. Oh, no. A scoop and score. So now Boston College on the ropes here, down 2 scores. Remember, we can't jump in. And so, no, wait a second. We got a 96-yard return, so a net 0. They get a touchdown, and then the returned kick. It's never the offense scoring here for Mills. They got to find a way to get a stop. They got to get off the field. Remember, we can't jump in unless it's a 1-score game, and they can't hang on. Not the way you want this one to go. Can they find a big play here? Few and far between for the Mills offense. And that's going to do it. Georgia survives. SEC goes to 2-0. ACC drops to 0-2 with a couple of tough matchups. As it was a great start. But then the fumble recovery, things just kind of went awry there. And no offensive second half points. Let me get my scoring summary here. So that goes down as a UGA cover for those of you guys betting at home. We'll check out the player stats here. Is Marvin Bozeman, the redshirt senior, 20 of 32, 195 and a touchdown in his final game. Thomas Tyler should be back next year. And for Corey Patterson, 12 tackles. Got to get better in TFLs. No sacks, no picks. Not a great game for them. And Malachi Dawkins, the coverage linebacker SFA player, drops a couple of interceptions there that could have been big, and they can't recover the fumble. So it felt like they're just missing all day long. As Jorge Mooney figured out the interception problem, didn't turn it over. David Wright ran all over the field. Sonic Van Eagle, only 4 catches. Feels like they did what they had to do, but a couple of things didn't fall their way. John Thompson gets 6 TFLs and a sack. No interceptions, 2 deflections, and 2 fumbles were the difference. So 14-point victory here for Georgia. They get it done. Woo! Thanks for the sub, Yui. 17 months. Insanity to see these crazy numbers climb. Alright, so that is a UGA cover. I like how it just says TD when they return a TD and they're the player of the game. So UGA covers, 83% of you guys had them. Or I guess 83% of the money, I should say. And that's a cover for Georgia. All right, so now the ACC starting out 0 for 2, normally considered the second best conference in the country. Off to a tough start. We'll see if they can win. This will be the first time we see the Pac-12 today. And this is a big matchup for Coach Damien, a guy who already has to take a punishment because this is normally a playoff team going up against Coach Airborne. So, Damien, if you're here, let me know heads or tails, kick or receive. If you're here, Airborne, let me know heads or tails, kick or receive. And this game is one of our outright games, so who do you think wins? Do you have Washington? Or do you have NC State? And then if you also checked the people transferring, there's going to be quite a few Washington players in the transfer portal due to some broken promises. Let me just do a quick rundown, Yui, If you missed anything, we started out with Louisiana winning against Georgia Southern. It was a cover. San Diego State smashed in their bowl game against UCF. They won outright. Arkansas won outright over Miami. Ole Miss covered in an insane 4-overtime game. If there's a game to go back and watch, it would be that one against Buffalo. It went to 4 OTs. Eastern Michigan won outright over Houston in a game-winning touchdown we saw. Arkansas State covered against Ball State, and then we just saw Georgia cover against Boston College. So 4 covers, 3 outrights so far, and now we're jumping into Washington and NC State in the HRS Weekly Holiday Bowl here for Coach Rick, his bowl game. Very interesting matchup, very even. Washington definitely has less ways to travel, but NC State gets to wear the home jerseys. So Washington and NC State, Airborne and Coach Damien. Coach Damien losing a bunch of players to the transfer portal, including their quarterback, their backup quarterback at least. I believe Bryson Ford starting this year. That's the kind of trouble that can get if you're a bit more hands-off, not paying attention to your roster. Get some broken promises. Lose some guys to the portal. All right, so don't see either in chat, so it's going to be heads and kick here for the Washington Huskies. Remember, guys, you're fighting for off-season strategies. If you win your bowl game, you could get a boost to an SFA player, additional $40K, or an additional transfer portal scholarship for the season 17 cycle. So here we go. Zeros on the clock. NC State starts at 14-0 in the first quarter. Things are going awry here for this Washington program. 14-7 now. 14-14, they respond. All right, facing some adversity, and we got a tie game here late. Washington now takes the lead. Take a 2 score. That's 28 unanswered. 35 unanswered for, oh no, the ACC. Threatening to start 0-3 here today. They're getting absolutely smoked. This is Airborne's first year under the helm of NC State. Not really responsible for this roster, but still. Got to find a way to score here. Remember, we can jump in if it's a 1-score game. There we go. All right, so watch the play here just to make sure we don't miss anything. They have their 3 timeouts. So another game of no defense here down in San Diego. 42-35. Pac-12's first bowl game on the day. ACC's third. Trying to get their first win. And that's going to be recovered by Washington, but they still have the 3 timeouts. So still a chance for NC State to get the ball back. See if Coach Airborne can make a kind of a game-saving play here. All they need is a first down. Remember, this is a Washington team that made the playoff a couple of years ago with this quarterback, Bryson Ford. Here's the handoff. It's going to be a keeper. Up the gut. Gets a couple. So 2nd and 6 now for NC State. Got the SFA safety. Handoff here up the gut, and Rosario doesn't get anything. So 3rd and 4 behind the sticks here. They're 75% on the day, or I guess that's 66%. 3rd and 4 split backs. They're going to throw it. Oh, he almost stumbles. He yams it deep, and it's intercepted! What a moment for the Wolfpack! You avoid more time coming off the clock, avoiding having to run an extra play. Here comes NC State. They have their chance. They were down 21 in the second half. Quick throw out wide, and that goes nowhere. So they have to hurry it up here. Marcus Stewart, 4 touchdowns on the day as he gets sacked. Oh my, what a hit! It's Eddie Mills off the edge. Got the coach meter thing telling him it's going to be a deep drop, and it is. He yams that to the corner. It's caught, but it'll be short. So 43 seconds, game on the line. Chance for Washington to win it right here, but they're 2 for 2 on 4th down. See if they decide to run it. That's what Washington thinks is going to happen. They're stacking the box. They toss it. He gets the first. The drive will continue. 39 seconds, and they're going to hurry it up. They could be susceptible here. Oh, man, they're audibling. Terrible defensive alignment for Washington. Can they capitalize? Here it comes. The pass, it's a floaty open. It's caught. Nick Frank for 13. But they get out of bounds. Chance to substitute for the defense. I would have liked them to still hurry it up there. They had them in like 7 or 8 defensive linemen. 1st and 10 now, 30 seconds. NC State open man again. Colby Jackson. Stewart making his way down the field. Here we go. They are in yam range now. 27 seconds left. They still have the timeout in the back pocket. Things are looking up for the Wolfpack. Bunch set. What a bowl season we've already had here today, as that's going to be a first. No, he drops it. Trying to get a bit closer here. Clock continues to run. Wonder when they'll take the chance to the end zone. 3rd and 2. Coach airborne. He yams it deep here. 1-on-1 underthrown, intercepted. Washington's going to win it. Slightly underthrown. It looks like he had a step, but he couldn't step into the throw. And that's going to do it. So Coach Damon is not going to get punished for going deep on 3rd and short. Second and 12, and the ACC will remain winless. 0-3 start for the ACC here tonight. And the Pac-12 starts out 1-0 on the day, as that will be a Washington outright victory here in the push game. And that was an even 50-50 pick'em. And Washington comes out victorious. So the ACC not looking hot here today. Now we have yet to see the American play, but Independent's winless. AAC's winless. Everybody else has a win besides the ACC. Man, oh man. Could we see a sweep of ACC teams? This is not looking good for the playoff hopefuls, the UNCs, and the Florida States of the world. Obviously, you never know how the upper echelon is, as we're still kind of in the middle of the pack for the ACC, but... See, and that's how it should be, Yui, but you got these SEC dick riders who are all about the conference, right? So, it is what it is. But for me, like, if I think about Colorado IRL, I would like Colorado to win, and I'd like nobody else to. Like, I would like ASU not to do anything in the playoff. Word for word, bar for bar, pick for pick. Yes, sir. All right. So let's see how this one shook out. It was a good start for NC State, and then they kind of folded in the middle there as Washington kind of dominated. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, like, ASU winning would be cool, but kind of feel like Colorado got a bit gypped out of the Big 12 championship based off tiebreakers. They never beat us, right? So kind of would like them to lose. I'd really like Indiana to have a good showing. So Bryson Ford, redshirt senior, he's had a big-time career here for Washington. And now Washington's going to kind of struggle. They got to find a quarterback as Bryson Ford's gone. Tehu Nakamoto headed to the portal. So Coach Damien's going to have things cut out for him. But they did get the win here tonight. So Coach Damien, if you are watching, remember you do get an off-season strategy. So DM me, raise the awareness or the overall of an SFA player, 40K plus recruiting, etc., etc. Okay? Defensively, 3 TFLs, couple of sacks, interceptions. They got 3 different interceptions here today. No forced fumbles. Marcus Stewart goes 23 of 39, 296, 4 touchdowns and 3 interceptions. Rushing the ball, Andre Williams, the sophomore, looks pretty good. He's going to have touchdown. Spread the ball around quite a bit. Things are looking up here for Coach Airborne and this team. 2 interceptions, a couple deflections, and 2 forced fumbles for the cornerback. Yeah, it would be cool to see Boise play well. As long as they don't win the Heisman. If Genty wins the Heisman over Hunter, I'm going to be so salty. I will want Boise State to get beaten to a pulp. But if not, then I hope Boise plays well. As long as I get the Heisman, they can have the Natty. I don't really care. All right, so that's a Washington win in the Holiday Bowl. Congratulations. Our HRS Weekly Holiday Bowl from Coach Rick. All right. So now we get into the Military Bowls, and these ones are always fun. You never know what you're going to get. The first one, we have California and Navy. California's been very up and down this year. They beat Ohio State, but then they also choked to a couple of different teams, right? And Navy as well. They beat Cincinnati, but they have 5 losses. So you don't really know what kind of teams we're going to get here. This is a California 4.5-point favorite. Remember, California is one of the winningest programs in SFA history. They always seem to win these kind of games. So who do you got? But we are in the, this is the IMP Armed Forces Bowl, so Huey's bowl game. So see what you guys got going here. Cal and Navy. Oh no, you're going to miss the greatest Sickos game of all time, Gloop versus Boss Hennessy? No. All right, here we go. We got California. It's all right. Don't look at spoilers and come back to it because I'm sure it's going to be a great game. That's probably the game I'm most looking forward to tonight. All right, so California and Navy, here we go. The IMP Armed Forces Bowl. Named after the forces behind Western Kentucky's turnaround and now Notre Dame's. I'm sure IMP had something to do with the Boss Hennessy Heisman campaign this year. So here we go. California taking on the Naval Academy here in TCU Stadium. It's always funny to me, these random stadiums that this stuff takes place in. So heads and kick, here we go. So the Pac-12 taking their second game of the bowl season. This is the AAC's first bowl game. So see if they can start off hot. It's 10-0 lead here for the Pac-12. 10-3 now for Navy. 10-10. They're making a move. 17-10. Now we got a ball game. Here we go. Can Navy fight back? No, they go down another score. They get one late, though. That was a very long drive. Fourth quarter now. Can they get one again? We got a tie game. Here we go. California doesn't do anything. We're going to go one play at a time. Big play there for Navy. They've had a great offense here in the second half. Can they put it together? And it looks like Cal has the ball. And, oh, they get a short punt, short field here for the Naval Academy. Can they punch it home? Fourth down, field goal unit. And they miss it! The 34-yarder is no good for Navy. Neither team wants to score in this fourth quarter. As we got 4th and 5 now. They're going to punt it. Here we go. We've got California. 2 minutes left. We got a tie game here in the IMP Armed Forces Bowl. California out empty. 24-24. Handoff here to the wide receiver. Coming across the field. The jet sweep works to perfection. What a cut. Juking out 2 men. Over 200 rushing yards here today for California. They're going back out empty. The alignment's not very good here for Navy. Kind of slow to get back out there. And that's overthrown. Josh Green was the wide receiver. Mark Cooper is the quarterback. So I believe they have a athlete there. And, 9 for 26 on the day. Not a very good stat line if you're a quarterback. So split backs now. We know they can't do much through the air here. They're going to hand it off to Butler. He gets to the edge. They try to strip him, and he only gets 8. Robert Butler, one of the better running backs in the Pac-12 and the country, as he breaks the all-time record here for Russell White. Congratulations. He's dominating that record. He was the starting running back in the Chad Blunt days as well. So, long-time guy. But they're 2 for 11 today on third down. See if they decide to keep this on the ground. You got to imagine so. No, they'll throw it. And, it's almost intercepted. That could have been a house call. But instead, it's fourth down. They're going to have to punt it here. 9 for 27. That's 33% through the air, buddy. That's that Josh Concepcion line. The notorious Texas Tech quarterback. So now Navy gets their chance. They've been down this entire game. They fought back. They've had a much better second half. Can the American get it done? The only team to beat Cincinnati this year. One of the natty favorites. Here's the lefty at quarterback over the middle. Broken tackle. They get 5. Corey Kelly, the quarterback. As he beats Sammy Baugh's record. That is a throwback. The old SFA player. He was the ULM quarterback. Then he transferred to Navy. Started there for a year. And he's old school Sammy Baugh fans. 2nd and 5 now. Handoff here. That's a big hole. He gets to the edge. Big time run up to the 40. Here comes Navy. John Herron now over 100 yards. 50 seconds left for the lefty, Kelly. He's going to yam this to the corner. That was a big-time throw, and that goes out of bounds. Much better day through the air here for Navy, weirdly enough. Looks like they've gone away from the triple option type of an offense. So 2nd and 10. 46 seconds left. That's a floaty intercepted, but no! His foot is out! Navy will keep the ball. That could have been massive. So Navy fans can breathe a sigh of relief there. Navy floating it to the corner. He's going to be short. So decision time now. Do you punt it? Looks like that's what they're going to decide to do. So do you have more overtime in store tonight? We're going through every single bowl game here today. This one's a 4.5-point favorite for Cal. This is the largest spread of the day, and of course, it's a close one. 33 seconds here for California. They've been unable to move the ball through the air today. Can they somehow get into field goal range? Mark Cooper, the quarterback. They will throw it. He has time. Hits his man. His biggest completion of the day. Goes for 12 to Joe Mathis. So 1st and 10 now. They still have those 3 timeouts. They're going to keep them in their back pocket here. 25 seconds. Cooper, he yams that to the corner, and it's intercepted! What a play from the defender! And that just gave Navy the ball in primetime territory. Holy Toledo, what a play. So here comes Navy now. And they yam it deep, and that's going to be a hit. Looking like they're in prime position now for a field goal, but if you remember, they did miss a 34-yarder. 17 seconds left, 3 timeouts, trying to get closer here. Handoff up the gut, that's another big run. 13 seconds. Two timeouts left, trying to get closer. Little offset eye, they'll run it up the gut here. And they'll go backwards, so 9 seconds left. And they're going to run another play. So better watch out, things could get hairy if this is a long play. Hopefully Navy knows what they're doing. So they'll just hand it up the gut, up the middle, trying to get to the end zone. And they call the timeout as close as you can get. So to win the Armed Forces Bowl, this will be a 17-yarder. The kick, it's up, it's good! Walking it off for Navy, 2 seconds left. Does Cal have a dream in them? Or will the Pac-12 take their first loss of the day? Here's the return. He gets to the sideline. There he goes! No way! Will they catch him? A walk-off kick return for a touchdown for California! Clifton Beck on your dome! Unbelievable! The walk-off kick return to win the bowl game! Incredible! Navy just got smoked! The most improbable touchdown you'll ever see. Clifton Beck. And the Armed Forces Bowl goes to the Bears. Now, it's only a 4-point win, so it doesn't flip all the way to a cover. But that's going to be a California no cover, winning by 4. Unbelievable. What did we just witness? The Cal no cover. Oh, giving up a kick return. We've seen it once before between Mississippi State and Southern Miss, where Mississippi State walked it off against against B-Dog. But my God, in a bowl game. Yeah, that's very disrespectful to the troops, including throwing away that beautiful pick. I don't know even how he caught that. But hey, guys, it's Navy's fault. They should have called the timeout a little later. They were a bit quick to the punch. They called the timeout with 5 seconds and not 3. And it ended up killing them here with the kickoff return. Unreal. What a highlight. All right, so let's check that scoring summary. My God, I mean, it was Cal's game. Clifton Beck, man. This guy is going to be a good player. He's had some big plays this year on game days and watch parties and whatnot, but man, So California with the no cover. Out of absolutely nowhere. What a play. Let's check out the stats here. Mark Cooper, 10 of 29, 105, 2 touchdowns, and he wins the bowl game. Robert Butler, 203 yards. On defense, Mackey gets 13 and 5 TFLs. My goodness. A lot of TFLs across the board. 4 total sacks. They dominated the offensive line here. A couple of deflections. The forced fumble. And, of course, the kickoff return for Clifton Beck, who might find himself in the transfer portal after something like that. That's incredible. And for Navy, 21 of 34, 292, 1 touchdown. John Herron as well. These juniors, man, that leaves a sour taste in their mouth. And especially the seniors, man, to lose like that. Couple TFLs. 2 sacks for Jed Patrick, the Yams legend. That ends his career. Childs with that beautiful pick. And a couple of, no fumbles. And Maz Van Epps, SFA player, that's how he ends his career. What a way to lose. Oof. So that's Pac-12. They're now 2-0. And the AAC starts 0-1. So disaster here for the East Coast. The AAC and the ACC both winless currently. So that's a Cal no cover. Remember, all the bowl games will be posted a little bit later. Depending on how many highlights I get, I might also do a highlight video for the bowl games. Done that in the past. Normally like a 5-minute video. Citrus Bowl coming up later. This is the best Citrus Bowl in SFA history. Number 4 versus number 7. Normally it's like number 10 and 11. But with the new changes to the playoff, we got some better teams getting snubbed. So now we're going to go to the other Armed Forces game, the Military Bowl. This is a fan favorite game. We got the Fort Ticonderoga Pencil Military Bowl. Hawaii coach Woolley taking on Army. Army 10-2. So this is a 2-point favorite for a Hawaii team without their starting quarterback, I believe, who's still injured. So who do you got? Do you got Hawaii? Bit of a down year here for Hawaii. Or do you have Army? Pretty much a push game. We'll see what happens. Cannot believe we had the kickoff return to end it. So this is our 10th bowl game of the day. I believe we have 23 of these, if I'm not mistaken. $22, it looks like. All right, here we go. Hawaii and Army, the Fort Ticonderoga Pencil Military Bowl. That is a mouthful. So one of the armed forces lost. We'll see if the other one can get it done. See if the Navy doesn't choke here. Or if Army doesn't choke like Navy did. Army is a 10-win team. Lost to Cincinnati, so they couldn't get to the AAC championship. And Hawaii, in one of the better divisions in the Mountain West, unable to win their critical games. So 2 teams here that kind of not where they should be. So heads and kick as always. Don't see Woolley in the chat. Here we go. Hawaii and Army. First quarter in the Military Bowl. And we get a safety. 7-2, a safety in the Military Bowl. It just feels right. They're up now 9-7. 16-7 now. Army takes the lead. Hawaii fighting back. Remember, Hawaii has the injury to the quarterback. 21-16 now for Hawaii. They take the lead. Oh, no. Army not looking good now. Army, can they score? No, it's a fumble. This one could be all but over. Down 2 scores. Remember, we can't jump in. Oh, man, 34-16. Not looking good. That is probably going to end the game. And no, they get a touchdown return. Oh, man, it's not 2 scores yet, so we can't jump in. But can they find a way? They got to get off the field, and they don't. So Hawaii gets it done. That's going to be a Hawaii cover here. So the Mountain West starts out 2-0, and then the AAC starts 0-2. Both military teams losing their bowl games. Tough scenes here, as both teams were without their starting quarterbacks, interestingly enough. As Gateway, I guess, not back either. So a 12-point victory for Hawaii. So that is a Hawaii cover. Now we'll look at the stats. Jason Hayden, the redshirt junior, goes 358, 4 touchdowns. Scott Carter, they are able to spread it around. Xavier Parsons, 8 for 142. SFA player, 3 for 58. And on defense, Lorenzo Roberg, the SFA player freshman, had a big day. 12 tackles, 5 TFLs, and 2 sacks. Carter had 4 TFLs as well. The interception goes to Warren Reeves, the SFA player. Deflection, Dave. And they had 3 fumbles as well. Damari Baker getting on 1. And for Army, it was Michael Parks, the junior. So no Andy Gatewood. He wasn't playing. Dan Robinson leading the charge. Is unable to get much. Final game of TJ Sanderson's career, the SFA player. He gets a touchdown. And Nikita Sokolov, 13 tackles. Couple of TFLs here for him. And a sack. The interception goes to Jemias Lawson, the SFA player. Couple deflections. The fumble goes to Jemias Lawson as well. All right, so domination here from Hawaii. Mountain West starting out a nice little 2-0. All right, so let me pay out the bettors. Hawaii covers -2. All right, so we'll continue it on now. I would say this is our last game that is not a marquee matchup, like an absolute classic potential matchup. I think the rest of the way after this game, it's going to get good. Now, this one's going to be good in its own right, as this is a historical matchup. In the AI Alamo Bowl, as we've got Texas A&M and Herky Streets taking on Kansas. Oh, no! Coach Mike from the top rope smoking the Bob Toledo pack here. I guess Mike is tracking it as we go. Nicely done. So, Herky Streets' final game of his career. The former #1 overall recruit. Historical choke artist, throwing a pick in the national championship game against East Carolina when he came in for Rex Beavers for a play. Thank you for the natty there, Herky. So -5 here for A&M. Or are you going to go with Kansas? Kansas has had a really good year with Zeke Yeager, the SFA quarterback. Shadon Iverson is hurt for the year, though, so he's not playing, the former running back here. Or, I mean, I guess the current running back. So who do you got? SEC's undefeated so far. Same with the Big 12. So we'll see if the Big 12 can keep it up or if the SEC can continue their dominance. But yeah, the rest of the way, the rest of these matchups are absolutely incredible games that I'm very excited for. So we'll see if Herky Streets can get it done. They got a lot of SFA players on this team, including Huck Hammer. So here we go. The AI Alamo Bowl. Now, obviously, even if you don't get one of the player rewards, still, the higher up the ladder you are, the bigger that BearCave reward is going to be, from all the way from 100K down to 40K. All right, so heads and kick per usual. All right, first quarter. 3-0 for A&M. Low scoring. Didn't think we'd see that in this game. It's 3-0. Kansas still can't get on the board. Herky, and they can't even get a touchdown. Oh my, only field goals here. The fans asking for refunds as nobody can score. 9-0. No touchdowns here tonight as we enter the fourth quarter. Still none. It's 12-0, no touchdowns. Can Kansas punch it in? Yes, they do. Will we get to see Kansas get the ball back? Here we go. It's 12-7, 3rd and 10. Chance to get off the field. Herky Streets. What will the legacy be? They hand it off to like an offensive lineman. What are we doing? Why is the offensive lineman getting the rock? Jay Goodman, and they're going for it. It's 4th and 2. Can Kansas get off the field? There's a big hunky lineman at running back. They give him it, and he gets it! What in the world is Jared Goodman doing? We gotta see what position he plays. He looks like a linebacker. So A&M is gonna survive here, and it's 12-7. And that is going to be right on the cover line, because of course it is. Remember, if it's right on the line, it's going to be a cover. So we'll see if Kansas can somehow get the ball back. They might. I don't know exactly. I don't think so. They're going to have to hope for an incompletion here from Herky Streets. Can they get lucky? The SFA player, former #1 recruit, Herky Streets. Just keep it on the ground, and you should be okay. Can they get an incompletion? They are going to throw it. It's Streets. He yams it deep. Intercepted! Herky, what are you doing? The generational bust does it again. So now Kansas has their chance. Zeke Yeager, the SFA player. Lars Newt, the tight end, the SFA player as well. And over the middle, that's not going to be a good start. You got to hurry this up. Zeke Yeager, 17-33, taking over for Bryson Shant at quarterback. And they don't give him the first, so it's still going to go. They got to hurry it up. Clock continues to run. You got to go past the first down marker. And he just throws this away. Oh, no. Game could end right here. Defense playing lights out here tonight for A&M. Rightfully so. Only 7 points. Got Huck Hammer, Lachey Phantom on this team still. Plenty of generational SFA players. 4th and inches. They fake the handoff over the middle. It's incomplete. And that's going to do it. A&M will survive. They will cover. 12-7 here in the Alamo. Just an unbelievable matchup here today. If you like defense, you got it. So that'll be an A&M cover. Just ridiculous way to go. So the SEC goes 3-0. The Big 12 is now 1-1. So SEC having the last laugh here today as Matt Hill goes 4 for 4 on field goals. Domination. Can't believe they have an offensive lineman taking the carries. What in the world? Maybe he's a defensive end or a linebacker or something, but jeez. And the drop there on 4th down. A couple of inaccurate passes there from Zeke Yeager. Beautiful screenshot there. It's just whatever their highest player is. So it might be an out-of-position guy. What a beautiful scoring summary. But somehow, man, cover on only field goals. There you go. Yeah, exactly. Hung Wong. All right, Herky Streets, 13 of 27, 2 interceptions in his final game. What a bum. Running back, okay, he's a left outside linebacker out of Mesquite, Texas, 73 overall. I mean, he had a good day. So he must have been an athlete coming out and probably like a fullback in a whatever. SFA player Justice Colorin gets 10 TFL or pancakes. 3 TFLs there. 1 sack for Cole. No picks. Huck Hammer, he gets a couple. Couple deflections for Grisby and no forced fumbles. Welcome in, Dogwater. There is a lot of games remaining. We're only about halfway through. As Zeke Yeager, he gets 18 of 36, and we're actually just getting to the good bowl games, by the way. 190, 1 passing touchdown. The true freshman had to jump in for Shadon Iverson. Doesn't do much. Nope, haven't seen the UNLV game yet. So a lot of games coming up. If you're just getting here, this is the perfect game to start watching because we're just now going to get into all the great matchups. We've had some great matchups already with some great moments, but this is like the marquee matchups starting to come through. We had really 2 moments that you're going to want to watch back, which I'll probably put in like a highlight video. The Ole Miss Buffalo game and the Navy Cal game. Weirdly enough, that game was incredible. Okay, so here we go. We are going to start out, and we've got a fun one. The Pinheads Quick Lane Bowl between Michigan State and Coach CTE, and Coach Hud finally making a bowl game after all these years at West Virginia, then getting an 8-win season. That's miraculous. So if either of you guys are here, let me know. Heads or tails, kick or receive. This is a Michigan State 3-point favorite. Now, Michigan State, 8 wins. They had a cupcake schedule this year, so they never got ranked. Obviously, West Virginia had a great out-of-conference, but struggled in conference, couldn't win their division. So, going to be a very interesting game. Very good team on both sides. So, I'm very excited for this one. This is really where the matchups, I think, start getting really, really good. All right, so let's get on into it. West Virginia taking on Michigan State. This one is at Ford Field, so a bit of another home field kind of advantage. The other one that was like this with Houston, they ended up losing. So we'll see if West Virginia can get it done kind of on the road here. I'm sure it's going to be the majority of Michigan State fans in the crowd. Head to the Quick Lane Bowl. We have Big 12 going up against Big 10. Big 10's currently undefeated. They're only 1-0. With Maryland winning in that watch party game. Big 12 is 1-1. All right, it's awesome to see West Virginia in a game like this. We haven't seen West Virginia good since probably the sim matchup era. So don't see them in chat, so we're going to go heads and kick. So we're 2 hours into the stream. If you're just joining us, going through the entire bowl season, we'll have the Citrus Bowl later on tonight. If you missed any of this awesome bowl action, I'm going to put out a highlight video for all of the big plays. This is always the longest stream of the season, but it's always one of the most fun. 7-7, here we go. Michigan State responds. West Virginia playing well. Remember, they got Tamir Lovelace at quarterback. The longtime journeyman started his career at Texas Tech, went to UTEP, and now found his way to West Virginia. And he could lead them to their first bowl win as we enter the fourth quarter, 24-21. Can they get it done? Everything on the line. It's going to be Michigan State has the ball. They are driving. Remember, we can't jump in until it's a 2 minutes left, and now they are losing. Can West Virginia find their way? Oh, no, it's a turnover immediately. They got to hold them to a field goal. If we're going to jump in, they do. And they missed the 22-yarder. So West Virginia starts at the 20 after a missed field goal, only down 4. They could win this. Tamir Lovelace, the SFA player. PJ Hoop. He hits his man over the middle, and that's going to be a nice start. Remember, guys, the long kind of road these SFA players can take. Tamir Lovelace, like I said, started at Texas Tech prior to Pizza. He went to UTEP, didn't have success with Coach Moroku, and so then he transferred to Coach Hud. Was part of that year where he got 3 different quarterbacks in the transfer portal. So he got redshirted, and now he's their starter, leading them to their best season of the sim match or of the NCAA 14 era. 8-4. He's going to take off here, trying to lead them to a bowl game in a hostile environment in the Quick Lane Bowl. 28-24. 2nd and 14. Lovelace drops back. That's going to be a nice play. 3rd and short. This is what legacy drives are made of. His entire career, he's been the quarterback unwanted. Chance to finish him off. Finish his career on a high note. Empty set, 3rd and 3. Tamir Lovelace gets the first down. The drive continues. Minute left. Coach CTE and Coach Hud on the line. Remember, offseason strategies on the line. 4 wide. Lovelace, he takes off. He tries to find some room. He gets speared. Oh my, what a hit. 2nd and 16. Is this the beginning of the end? They had to take that timeout. Down 4, they need a touchdown. Lovelace. Oh no, he's sacked again! It's 3rd and 1,000,000. 47 seconds left. 1 timeout. Pistol. What is the call for Coach Hud? It's going to be a screen, and he gets sacked a 3rd time! 4th and 29, here we go. Game on the line for Lovelace. They need 30. He yams it, and it's short! And that's going to do it. Oh no, disaster has hit for the Mountaineers. And Michigan State will survive. And they will win this game, keeping the Big Ten undefeated. What in the world? So the Big Ten goes to 2-0. The Big 12 goes to 1-2. And this will be a Michigan State cover. So we're on a bit of a cover train now. And there it is. 0-0. Michigan State gets it done. At Ford Field, defending the home turf. Coach CTE gets a bowl win. I believe this is his first year at Michigan State. We're just making our way. I think we're just about halfway. maybe a little over halfway, as we're starting to get to the really good games. Michigan will be the second to last game in the bowl season stream. Then obviously we have the Citrus Bowl. So I'd say probably about an hour, hour and a half. Marcus Phillips is your player of the game. Michigan State was a few dinks and doinks away from making the Big Ten championship. And for West Virginia, yeah, it's a sour ending, but man, an 8-win year for them, that feels like a dream. Tamir Lovelace goes out with a bowl loss, but he tried. Took 4 sacks, though, on that final drive. Not going to win you a lot of games doing that. So a lot of interesting results so far in this Bowl Mania. Alright, enough of these sack replays. Come on. Alright, we get it. Come on. Oh my god, why do we have to relive every single sack? What a screenshot. Alright. So as always, we'll check the scoring summary first, and I mean, it was a good game, and then Michigan State just pulled away in the fourth quarter. Got to get my screenshot, so in case we get the glitch here. So that is a MSU cover. Now looking at player stats, Tamir Lovelace goes 15 of 25, 206, and a touchdown. Run the ball, PJ Hoop, 36 of 179. Big-time game. Hopefully he comes back next year. And on the defensive line, Sellers gets 7 tackles. This duo here, Archibald Burnbridge ends his career. He gets a sack. Hopefully Mojo Baez will be back as well. He gets a deflection on the day. The fumble goes to Walton, and he recovers. For Michigan State, they go 25 of 42, 332 yards, and 2 touchdowns. He was also their leading rusher, the senior, getting it done. For defense, Bruce Bridges leading the way. 3 TFLs for a variety of guys, and 5 total sacks, 4 of which came on that final drive. And the fumble goes to Mark Brown. All right, so we'll continue on, and I believe UNLV is our next game. So we're starting to get into the hyperactive users here. So our players of the game go to PJ Hoop and Marcus Phillips. And for those of you guys scoring at home, that is a Michigan State cover. Nobody had the cover for Michigan State, but there you go. All right. So as we move it along now, next up we got Tulane and UNLV, 2 losers of their conference championship games going into the Free TC Liberty Bowl. This is a 3.5-point favorite for Tulane. As we can see, the Heisman finalist, DeMarcus McKenzie, yet again. See if which of these teams can rebound after a tough loss that, as these were both favorites in their conference championships, resulted in getting left out entirely. So 3.5-point favorite, Tulane and UNLV. Who do you got? Coach Maddox or Coach Cryo? Remember what you guys are playing for, folks. Off-season strategies. If you win your bowl game, you can raise an SFA player +2. You can go 40 plus or 40K for next year. Get an additional transfer scholarship for the following portal season, not this year. So a lot on the line for these teams. So Coach Cryo, if you're here, let me know heads or tails, kick or receive. Coach Maddox. Remember, free TC Liberty Bowl, so this will be played out in Memphis. Don't see anything in chat, so we're just going to go on board with Tulane. And let's get it done. Let's get it going. Last I checked, Sir Bob Toledo, you're over in Kansas State. For a bowl to be named the Rizzler Bowl. We do have a couple of bowl games that are unnamed. We might need to figure out which name goes best. Famous Idaho Potato Bowl, the Rizzler Potato Bowl. The Riz Face Bowl. Yeah, we do have a couple nameless bowl games. The famous Riz Face Potato Bowl. There you go. Alright, so I don't see Maddox, so it's going to be heads and kick for Tulane here. Riz in my mouth bowl. Oh. Alright, the free TC Liberty Bowl, UNLV and Tulane, two teams that have met before in bowl season. UNLV starts off hot in this one. Tulane, 7-7. Tulane now healthy, so a lot better team on paper than they were in their Conference USA Championship. They didn't have Whoopty Tibbs. They didn't have CC Schuster. Now they do. So UNLV not looking great here. Wait a second, they get one late. But it's a 2-score lead right now for Tulane. UNLV's got to do something. They're not doing it. They get one back, but they missed the extra point. 37, dude. Where's the defense? UNLV adding one. Oh, man, they got to play some defense here, and it doesn't look like they are. 44! They get another one back. Can we find some defense? It's a 1-score game. 3rd and 1. Here we go. Can UNLV get off the field? CC Schuster is back playing his final game. The handoff, they blitz through. UNLV gets the stop. Oh my, UNLV gets the play they needed. So Brett Brooks and company, they had a chance on a game-winning drive to make the playoff. They couldn't do it. Now you got DeMarcus McKenzie, the Heisman finalist, and Brett Brooks potentially playing their final games. Or they are playing their final games here. Can they tie this one up? Give themselves a chance. Give Coach Cryo a chance. This is not the same Tulane team. Beautiful start there for Brett Brooks. He's having himself a career day, of course. James Walker has 129 through the air. This is a Tulane team that got both Whoopty Tibbs and CC Schuster back. Like I said, if you let Tulane in the playoff, they could have been dangerous. Oh, the end around. Getting frisky here from Coach Cryo. He needs a touchdown, 2 timeouts. Minute 20 on the clock. Already doing better than their attempt against Wyoming on the game-winning drive. That was like a 4 and out. Big hit there. Joe Hall gets 3 yards. 3rd and 4. They'll call a timeout. 65 seconds on the clock. Big time day for Brett Brooks. I don't know on both sides, Dogwater. Maybe offense. As they're yamming it deep on 3rd and 4, it tipped away. 4th down, game on the line. UNLV in the Liberty Bowl. Oh, baby. It's currently a Tulane cover. 4th and 4. Brett Brooks. They bring a blitz. Brooks floats it. Open. Caught! James Walker. The leading receiver does it again. And they are in range, 25 yards away. 52 seconds. Brooks, he takes off, and he gets tackled by his own lineman. Oh no, it was the right guard. 40 seconds. Brooks, he takes off again. This time he gets out. He breaks a tackle. McKenzie's blocking for first down. Here come the Rebels inside the 15, needing a touchdown. 30 seconds left. Brooks putting the team on his back here today. Down 8. The defense isn't helping him. This is like the Bills and Josh Allen. 2nd and 10. 12 yards away. Brett Brooks, the corner blitz. He takes off again. He gets the edge. One man to beat. He pushes. They'll give him 1st and goal, but not the touchdown. Can Tulane hold? They're a yard away to tie this game up. The handoff. It's the Heisman finalist. Touchdown to Marcus McKenzie. But they need the 2 points. Can they get it to tie this game up at 44? It's a throw. Brooks, touchdown! We got a tie game, 44-44. And Tulane now will get their chance. CeCe Schuster's back. Whoop-de Tibbs is back. They are full strength. No excuses now. This free TC Liberty Bowl. Wait a second, we get another big return. Michael Purcell gets 40. 14 seconds left. They are in yam range. Billy Hines, the quarterback. CeCe Schuster, top of your screen. Whoop-de Tibbs in the backfield. We did not see these guys against UTSA. The lefty Hines has time, floats it. Oh no! It's intercepted! They're going the other way! Not like this! Oh, legendary day could just have been wiped out. All of a sudden, Brett Brooks could win this. Over the middle, McKenzie! They're in range. To shock Tulane, it's a 42-yarder from left hash to win the Liberty Bowl. Coach Cryo, the kick, it's up, it's good! Unreal. But 1 second on the clock. We saw this in Cal and Navy. Will we see it again? Tulane on the return. It's now or never. And it's gonna be never. Tulane, they lose it. UNLV wins it. In probable fashion. They were down 8. They get the touchdown. They get the 2-point conversion. And they get the walk-off field goal. What a game. Here at the House of the Yams in the Free TC Liberty Bowl at Geyser Field. No longer Memphis. This is in Yellowstone. Brett Brooks. They get the last laugh. They get the 10-win season. And more importantly, they get that off-season strategy. 47-44. They avoid overtime. Incredible ending there. A generational choke from Tulane. As the Conference USA is now 1-2. And the Mountain West 3-0. What in the world was that ending? Oh, I'm sure they do the turnover slot machine still. Absolutely. So that is going to be a UNLV outright win when they were down 8 with 30 seconds left. That's ridiculous. How are you down 8 with 30 seconds left and you lose? Or how are you up 8, I mean? Yes, you automatically get it, Dogwater. So if you want to, you can DM me. So CC Schuster, he missed pretty much the entire year with injury, gets a touchdown here today. But look at that, 11 points in 19 seconds. The interception was ridiculous. Cannot believe Billy Hines threw that pick. They should have had Tracy Potes, man. So that's a UNLV outright. So players' stats. Billy Hines, a legendary day, soiled by the pick. 400 yards. And Whoopty Tibbs only got 5 carries today. It was mostly Tyler Leonard. CC Schuster, my God. 12 of 237. He might be back next year. Just domination. So Tulane might be back next year. My goodness. How do you do that and you don't win? I don't know. TFLs, 1 sack on the day, no interceptions, couple deflections. The fumble goes to Fred McDonald. And for UNLV, Brett Brooks finishes his career 28 of 40, 388, and 3 touchdowns. DeMarcus McKenzie, 23 of 103. James Walker, 11 receptions, 151. Giovanni Vladislav gets 7 pancakes. 2 sacks today for Jovan Rogers. Interception for Jeff Brown. Couple deflections and no fumbles. Yeah, McNasty, when I say we're going through every bowl game, I mean it, man. And we still got the Citrus Bowl later on tonight. This is always the longest stream of the season in terms of games. 2.5 hours going strong. So for those of you guys scoring at home, it's a UNLV outright game. So we got UNLV outright. I already marked that down. Got the highlights, got my screenshots, and we move on. All right, let's keep it going, folks. Telling your date you beat Tulane. Cook. All right, so next up we've got the Hobbs Mayo Bowl, and this is one of those games where you have 2 teams. I felt like Ohio State was back this year. Just things never ended up clicking for them. Just a couple weird losses, and for Coach Dave and Oregon, definitely a disappointing season with the roster that they are able to muster up. But nevertheless, still a great matchup here in bowl season. See if Coach Dave replied here. No, he didn't. So we're going to go basic jerseys. Who do you got? Ohio State or Oregon? 2 great teams. Just not the best season, but they're still going to battle it out for some Mayo. This is going to be Pac-12 versus Big Ten. Both conferences currently 2-0. So a big-time game in the Bowl Mania race here. One power conference, they will tie the SEC in the Mountain West at 3-0. The other one will go down to 2-1. So here we go. Battling for some Mayo out in North Carolina. I believe this game's in Charlotte. Got double-digit viewers. Thank you guys for watching. We're now really in the meat of the big-time games. Those prized bowls. We got the Yam and Cheez-It Bowl coming up. The Barclays Las Vegas Bowl. We got some great matchups like Coach B-Dog against his former team. Tribe and Flame. And then we got an all-timer Citrus Bowl on deck later tonight. And come back Thursday is when we'll start the CFP. So heads and kick here for Ohio State is what we always do. This will be Craig Scotland's final game for Oregon, Joshua Dubb's final game. So see if they can go out with a win, beating Ohio State. 7-0 for Ohio State here early. Once again, offensive struggles for Oregon in BearCave. 14-0. 21-0! Oh, no, not like this, Oregon. They get one back. Please. Oregon, you're so much better than this. Please. Oregon going to the fourth, down 14. Come on, Oregon. Come on, Oregon. 21-13, and they missed the two-point conversion. They went for the analytic play. Down 8 now. So we'll jump in here once we get to that 2-minute mark. They got a 1-yard penalty. Nicely done. 2nd and 3, here we go. Coach Dave in Oregon. Joshua Dobbs' final game. Handoff here to the outside to Williams. He runs over a man, and he gets a first. Here we go. Down 8. Or Charles Wesley. So it looks like Paul Cannon and Williams are both hurt if they got the third stringer in there. Dobbs, he's going to yam it deep, and 2-on-1. Just not the best throw you'll see him make. Welcome in, new chatter. For our, we run a an Online Dynasty that's fully customizable. So College Football 25 doesn't give us what we need. Mike doing his raffle tickets here as we get 3 yards for Dubs. Make sure to DM me how many you redeem. He has 4. My goodness. 3rd and 7 now. Joshua Dobbs. He was gearing up to yam it. He gets speared. 4th down. The 7th TFL for Chris Smith here tonight. Yeah, you're going to have to tell me how many numbers that is, Mike. 4th and 14. Floating it, and it's caught! 4th and 14, they convert. The Mayo Bowl still up for grabs. It's Mark Seals. They keep it going. Float it again down the seam. Oh, a hospital bowl, but Keontae Duckett hangs on. What in the world? First and 10. Joshua Dobbs over the middle. It's open. Touchdown, Oregon. What a 3-play sequence. Now the 2-pointer to tie it up. To tie the game. Dobbs drops back. Over the middle. Caught by Keontae Duckett. What a drastic turn of events from 4th and 14 to tie it up. That's what this Oregon team's capable of. Yeah, just DM me the number that you redeem. Remember, each raffle ticket is equal chance. So, I mean, 10 is whatever. We probably have about 20, though. So that gives them about 50% of the pot. But you can still redeem raffle tickets up until the Natty. So, still plenty of time. Make sure you bet. Make sure you watch the streams. Still plenty of time. All right, Vincent Hoffman. Broken tackle. He's had some injury struggles in his career. He had a torn Achilles. He missed some more time this year. So 2nd and 3. Can Oregon find a way? Who wants the Mayo more? Split backs. Mayo Bath on the line. Hoffman takes off again. He gets a big run. Broken tackle. He gets 16. 1st and 10 now. 32 seconds left. 21-21. He's going to take off a 3rd time in a row. They finally spy him. Only give up 3. Clock's ticking. They have the 1 timeout left. In yam range. Will we get our 2nd overtime game of the day? Another run. They're playing QB contain, and they take that final timeout. So not looking good here for Ohio State. Probably need about 20 yards to get in field goal range. Coming out empty. 3rd and 8. Hoffman, plenty of time. Only one man rushing, and they get it. Oh, my. 5 seconds left. They got to hurry it up. What a run by Justin Pugh to save the game. Or are they going to get this off? 5 seconds left. It looks like too far for a field goal. About a 59-yarder. So are we going to see a yam? Yes, we will. No field goal. So yamming it deep to win a Mayo Bath. Or we got OT. They bring a blitz. They yam it deep. It's Hoffman. And it's incomplete. We got some free football, baby. So as always, it's going to be heads in defense. Our second OT game of the day. Our first one went to 4 overtimes between Buffalo and Ole Miss. That was a great game in the Guaranteed Rate Bowl. This one, a lot more on the line. Big Ten and the Pac-12 both undefeated. And one of the more prestigious bowl games, the Hobbs Mayo Bowl. Yamming it first play, almost picked. Trying to find Pippinger. Second and 10 now. Joshua Dobbs feeling it after tying this game up. They'll toss it out. Remember, they have the 3rd string running back out there after a couple of injuries. Both Williams and Cannon are injured. Or out, whichever way you prefer, whether they opted out or not. 3rd and 8. Joshua Dobbs. His final game. Safety blitz gets to him. And that might have just knocked him out of field goal range. They will attempt it. So it's going to be a 47-yarder from left hash. Start this overtime period. The kick, it's up, and it's good! What a kick! So for Ohio State now, a touchdown wins it. Field goal extends it. Anything else, and Oregon wins. Oh, that could have been it! He almost picked it off out of nowhere. They're going full-blown stop the Hoffman run. They're playing full QB contain and spying. If you look at this here, look at him contain with a spy. That's absurd, and he's still going to get one out of it. Oregon going all in on stopping the QB run. They're begging Vincent Hoffman to throw it deep. The whole question is, will he? Trips left. Give me a mid-screen. It's caught. And it goes nowhere. So here we go. Both defenses playing well. This is going to be a 43-yarder to tie it. To extend the game. The kick, it's up, and it is good! So now Ohio State will start with the ball. They had their chance to win it. They did not. Hand up off the middle, and that goes nowhere. Hoffman takes off. Once again, they're containing. He cuts a field, breaks a tackle. What a run from the quarterback. I still don't think I've seen him throw it more than like 5 yards down the field. You can now start to see why Ohio State's 8-4. They're very limited in the deep passing. Vincent Hoffman doesn't seem to have progressed well in his career with these injuries. As he floats it deep, and oh, what a spear! An absolute yam on a tightrope, a piss missile, whatever you want to call it, right when I was talking shit. Oh my! So here we go, 1st and goal. The handoff to Nelson, and that's a touchdown! Ohio State! Remember, they don't have to go for 2 yet. This is the old style rules, so don't have to go for 2 till after the 2nd frame. So now Oregon on their back foot. They've got to find a way to score here. Joshua Dubs. Keontae Duckett, bottom of the screen. Dubs over the middle. It's caught. That was almost picked, but Duckett hangs on. He's had one heck of a day today. Remember, he chose Oregon over USC. He could have been playing in the playoff. Second and 4. And into the turf. They won't call it a fumble. Dubs hit from behind. Iron Mike will do. It will just depend if Mango's here or not, because he'll get first choice as the quote-unquote away team. So 3rd and 4. Dubs dumps it. That's Seals. And no, he doesn't get there. So game on the line right here. Ohio State can win it. 4th and 1. What is the call? Looks like one of their running backs is back here. Pippinger in motion. Dubs drops back. He has time. He yams it to the end zone. Caught! Touchdown, Seals! And the game is going to continue. Another 3+ overtime game. We already had a 4 OT. Now we get 3. Oregon gets the ball. You got to go for 2 now. These bowl games are delivering in a big way, folks. I'm glad I came home early to do these, because, man, this would have been a midnight Citrus Bowl had I not. 2nd and inches. Keontae Duckett. (31-31) triple OT. Not like the one we had earlier, which was like 69-60. 2nd and inches. The handoff here, and they don't get it. I think that's Paul Cannon, I believe, if my memory serves me right. We don't get our UI, of course, once we get this late into the ball game. But big play here. You got to get this first. You don't want to settle for another field goal. Dubs to the edge, and it's tipped away, trying to find Pippinger. And Oregon can't believe it. So the field goal unit comes on out. It's going to be a short one, a 32-yarder, to take the lead in triple OT. The kick's up, and good. So Ohio State once again gets their chance. Touchdown wins it. Field goal extends it. Anything else and Oregon wins it. Here we go. Triple OT. Hoffman, he keeps it here on the first play. He gets big hit from Benji Trott. 2nd and 4. 19 yards away from a Mayo dump. Pistol. 3 wide, they're pressing. Hoffman has time. He's going to try to escape again. He's going to get the first. No, they call him short. Much like on Oregon's possession. So we'll see if now Oregon can get the stop here. This is their chance. Call him about an inch short. Can they get off the field? It's going to be a pass. They're once again running QB contain. It's a floaty and a first. Broken tackle. Here we go. Ohio State. A chance to win it. Goal to go from the 7.5. Hands it off to Nelson. There it is. Touchdown, Ohio State. They walk it off and win the Hobbs Mayo Bowl. Triple OT. And a terrible ending to a disappointing year for the Oregon Ducks. They felt like they had a team that could make some noise in the CFP, and instead they can't even win in triple OT against Ohio State. Incredible matchup, incredible game, tough ending to the careers of so many SFA players. A lot of these guys came in for a one-year kind of push for Oregon, and it just didn't work out. And the Mayo Bowl goes to Ohio State. So that's going to be an Ohio State outright. So the Big Ten is now 3-0, and the Pac-12 is now 2-1. So we have 3 undefeated conferences left. We've got the Big Ten, the Mountain West, and the SEC all at 3-0. Obviously, we still got more games, but very interesting. All right, let's check out that scoring summary here as Ohio State got out to a quick start, and then Oregon, of course, pulled back, tied it up at the end, but they just couldn't really ever get the upper hand in OT. So that is a OSU outright victory. So check out the players' stats here. Vincent Hoffman, the junior, 94 overall, goes 21 of 41, 210, and 2 touchdowns. Nelson and Hoffman combined for 3 touchdowns on the ground. And on defense, 17 tackles for Jones and Smith, 7 TFLs. Domination. They had 3 sacks on Joshua Dobbs today. A lot of deflections, and they got 1 turnover. Oregon, Joshua Dobbs goes 26 of 43, 303, and 3 touchdowns in his final game. Paul Cannon. So it looks like he had to start today. He got injured, but he still got over 100 yards. Through the air, Seals goes over 100. Duckett had a big one, and Nash had the touchdown. Final career game for Scotland. He goes 9 pancakes. See if he gets another Team of the Year. We'll see that after the Natty. 2 sacks. Interceptions. Deflections. No forced fumbles. And that's how the sun sets on this incredible Oregon team that just didn't really gel. 8-6 is the final for them, the final record. Just feel like they vastly underperformed this year. Obviously a tough bowl matchup too. When you're a really good team that underperformed, you're going to get a tough matchup versus like an Ohio State and an Oregon, just so it's a fair, because remember, I do the best bowl matchups possible so that we get an amazing slate like this and some amazing games. So next up, we're going to go to the Barclays Las Vegas Bowl. Must be at the top. Where the heck is it? Here we go. The Barclays Las Vegas Bowl. We got Stanford, who played like nobody in the Pac-12, and Charlotte, who was overtime away from making the college football playoff. So We'll see if Stanford or Oregon gets it done. Stanford is a 4-point favorite. I really like this Charlotte team, like how they played. So who do you got? Are you going with Stanford in the 4-point favorite, or are you going to have some fun and pick Charlotte? Remember, get those Bobanos going, as you can get yourself some raffle tickets, potentially get yourself an 80 overall freshman incoming. No, sir, all the best bowl games are coming up still. This is like the peak moment to join if you missed out on anything earlier. Yeah, we had some legendary games and stuff. I'll put highlights together for it, but these are the marquee matchups. Really was starting with Tulane and UNLV. So here we go. Charlotte feels like they should have been in the playoff. Took OT. They had Cincinnati on the back ropes a couple of different times. Stanford as well. Felt like they could have won the Pac-12. They choked it away. So, both making their way to the Barclays Las Vegas Bowl, a prized bowl game in SFA lore. So, what is going to happen here? Yeah, exactly. When you're not playing, it's definitely a more fun stream than a stressful stream. All right. First quarter, 7-0 for Charlotte. So Stanford, tough start here. They kind of had a rough end to the season. See if they can battle back. 10-7. Charlotte's been good all year long, but neither of these teams really had any quality wins on their schedule. That's why neither of them are ranked at this point. 21-10. As we enter the fourth quarter, Stanford on the ropes. They got one back. Can Charlotte? Man, quick touchdown. Remember, we can only jump in if it's a one-score game, and that is going to be a fourth down miss. So Charlotte has the chance to end it here. Bit of an upset brewing. They do have to punt. 4th and 24 now for Stanford. Not looking good. Remember, we can only jump in if it's a one-score game. Currently 2. And Levi Kazaruni is in. Stanford going down. There it is. So Charlotte outlasts them. That's crazy. That's going to be Charlotte outright. So the AAC gets their first win of bowl season, and the Pac-12 now goes to 2-2. So congratulations to Charlotte. Their best season in SFA history, 100%. Charlotte outright. Poor Mush feels like he should be in a bowl. You definitely have a team good enough for a bowl game, just definitely the injuries. And Shu Okani, not a good day for him. Chris Cox goes for over 100. This is a Stanford team that's definitely a couple of players away. The former #1 recruit, Desmond Stryker, has played his last game. He gets 8 tackles, 3 TFLs. Chop Bogtrotter gets 1 sack. Couple deflections, no. Fumble goes to Holt, and he recovered it. And for Charlotte, Ham Soul, 11 for 18, 196 and 2 touchdowns. Nico McMotors, 165 and a score. Manny Midline, the junior, goes 12 tackles, 5 TFLs, and a sack. Interceptions, none. Deflections, they get 3, and a couple of forced fumbles. Or no forced fumbles. All right, so players of the game. We've got Nico McMotors, Chris Cox, Manny Midline, and Nate Holt. So 2 SFA players for Charlotte getting it done. Congratulations to Charlotte on the outright victory here. So let me pay it out. We had 67% going with Stanford. They lose out. And we move on. And we move on to, I believe, is going to be my favorite game of this entire slate. I was chomping at the bit to make this a matchup, and it ended up working out. Two of the, in terms of quarterback play, I guess the best word to say is interesting. You never know what you're going to get. Box of chocolates for both quarterbacks. We got Rayshawn Gloop and Boss Hennessy both playing their final games here in the SFA Sickos Bowl. Sickos Sun Bowl down in El Paso. So we've got Jarkus, let me know, heads or tails, kick or receive. Taking on Yui. This is going to be a fun one. Yui going with the traditional homes. It's going to be a -2 spread for Notre Dame. We had the Boss Hennessy for Heisman happening at least a little bit throughout the year. Rayshawn Gloop was in the top 5 passers in terms of yardage this year. Both teams just missed out on their respective conference championships. And this is the final game for both of these legendary quarterbacks. Both are transfers. For those of you guys that don't know, Rayshawn Gloop was at Washington, transferred to Iowa, and Boss Hennessy, of course, played many years at Tennessee and transferred to Notre Dame this year. So tails and kick for Jarkus. The Sicko Sun Bowl on the line. Big Ten versus ACC. ACC looking for their first bowl win of the season. They're 0-3, and the Big Ten is 3-0. So we'll see what happens here. Like I said, one of the best passers. Two of the most fun quarterbacks in SFA history, you got to assume. I mean, Boss Hennessy and Rayshawn Gloop. Would love to have any of them on my team. I've loved this Iowa team for a while. Love Yui at Notre Dame as well. This is the best matchup of the season, definitely. Gloop versus Boss. Who will get the last laugh? And I know this game is going to come down to who wants to lose less, or who wants to, and who's trying not to lose less, because both these quarterbacks are incapable of making the big play. So it's tails and kick for Jarkus. Here we go. Notre Dame and Iowa down at the border at El Paso. And Iowa starts out first. 7-0, Notre Dame responds, begging for a good game here. Absolutely on my hands and knees. Notre Dame, 14-14, here we go. That's what we like to see. Notre Dame scores right before halftime. They have the early lead. They are ranked. Iowa replies. Let's go. 28-21, baby. Come on, Iowa. Iowa gets a field goal. Here we go. Notre Dame, stop it. Stop it, Notre Dame. No! Not like this. Come on, Iowa. Please, Iowa, I'm on my knees. A big play from Gloop to Willie Anderson. Get us within a score, please. I'm on my knees. Bang! Rayshawn Gloop. It's a 4-point game. The onside kick, come on. Let Gloop have his chance. The onside kick goes to Notre Dame, but they get the timeouts. (35-31), 2 minutes, 10 seconds left. Boss Hennessy, he could get a couple first downs, win the game. We know that's not happening. The delayed give. Oh, no, they got the hole. Fuller, no. 2nd and 2. Remember, Wyatt Germ is entering the transfer portal after a broken promise. Hand off to Fuller. He gets the first and more. Last chance. They can still get the ball back. Hennessy versus Gloop. Boss has the upper hand. Former 5-star. He's sacked. Oh, and he gets it off. So that stops the clock because of course it does. Giving Jarkus better chance now, more time. Great job by Boss. Should have just taken the sack, man. What is he doing? Like I told you, non-clutch. Hand off here to Fuller to the outside. Can they get the stop? They do. 3rd and 10. Jarkus can feel it in his toes. A minute 55, a stop here gives them a chance. 3rd and 10. Boss in the pistol. Handoff up the gut. No! Touchdown, Notre Dame! The defense completely fooled. And we're not even going to get to see the legendary gloop one more time. Disaster. So we'll go to the sim. It's a 10-point game. Remember, we can't jump in unless it's a one-score game. So we need a big drive here for Rayshon Gloop. And it's an interception on the first play! Gloop, not like this! Boss just glooped all over your face and lower back. Getting the gloop special. And wait, the field goal's no good. He has another chance. Please, Iowa. Gloop, please. Get a yam. Please. No, another turnover. The kneel for Hennessy. And Huey wins the Sickos Bowl. It's been good, and it's been good, but it's not been real good. Exactly right, Jarkus. Rayshon Gloop definitely missed potential. Hopefully you can find a quarterback in the transfer portal or the backups better. That's one of the things that's going to be really interesting for both these teams is who are you going to put as your next quarterback to take over for Boss Hennessy, who takes over for Iowa. For Iowa, man, could go a lot of different directions. They kind of in a spot where they had a lot of great defensive players this year that are going to be growing, but they're losing Wyatt Germ to the transfer portal. So do they try to retain him? How do they get this offense in gear? You're losing Willie Anderson. You're losing Rayshon Gloop. They've never really had a guy, some big-time players. Hal Miller hasn't really worked wonders from the Oklahoma transfer like you'd like. And then for Notre Dame, of course, Boss Hennessy leads Huey in her first year to a Sickos Bowl, finishing ranked. Obviously, they are ranked, so they'll finish ranked. As Notre Dame wins the game, and it is a cover. Notre Dame cover here. So the ACC gets their first win of bowl season, handing the Big Ten their first loss. As we look at the scoring summary here, Hal Miller gets a tutty. Hennessy goes for 5 touchdowns. A negative 9-yard touchdown pass. I wonder how that one works. They start the play in the end zone. Rayshon. Oh, Gloop. Oh, sweet, sweet Gloop. My sweet boy. 18 of 40. 208. 2 touchdowns and 2 interceptions. Oh, no. Notre Dame had him in a blender. And he only ran for 8 yards. Rayshon, come on, buddy. LaShonte Bryant, he was injured most of the year. Had a great game, though. Willie Anderson, his final game. And on defense, Marquette and Wyatt Germ will be going to the transfer portal, the sophomore. He'll be a highly anticipated guy. You got to pick here. Otonga, he's the future of this team. They have a couple of safeties, the future of this team. And Hennessy, one of the greatest SFA players of all time in terms of lore, goes 20 of 31, 5 touchdowns and an interception, finally waking up in his final game. Dan Jolly gets 2, Hayden gets 3. And for the defense, 3 TFLs for Jason King, 2 sacks. The interception goes to Pendleton and Greer. Couple deflections and no fumbles. All right, so Notre Dame covers. Oh, I didn't get the scoring summary. Rip. Hopefully we don't get a glitch here, but this is a Notre Dame cover 1. All right, so we got a couple more bowls. Remember, we still got the Citrus Bowl coming later on tonight. long stream today. That's why we love bowl season here around these parts. And Coach Huey, remember you do get a an off-season strategy. So chance to better the team, of course. All right, so we continue on in this great bowl season, and we are going to one of my favorites, the Latina Juice Gator Bowl. We got Coach Kennelly. We got my East Carolina Pirates from back in the day. So, Coach Kennelly, if you're here, let me know. Heads or tails, kick or receive. This is Chadley Brown, the SFA Player of the Year. He only has one interception going against one of the best defenses in the country, if not the best, 95 overall. So, we'll see what happens here. Pay out the bettors. Let's get this one rolling, as Notre Dame did cover. So this one is going to be East Carolina minus 6.5. This is actually the biggest line of the day thus far. So are you rocking ECU minus 6.5, their home bowl game? Or are you rocking with the SFA Player of the Year in his final game? We thought it would be his final game in the semifinals last year. Came back for one more year. Didn't go the way he wanted, but still got SFA Player of the Year. Definitely improving his draft stock. Probably likely a number one type of a pick. So will he get it done? Here we go. Fresno State, East Carolina. Latina Juice on the line. Arguably the biggest prize in the SFA. ACC is 1-3 right now. And the Mountain West is 3-0. So putting their undefeated streak on the line here. Mountain West has been nuclear today. Still got looks like we got 5 more bowl games left as the number one pass offense in the country, of course. Remember, Chadley Brown missed the better part of a game or two. Probably the difference between Fresno State making the playoff or not. Remember, they were in the semifinals last year. East Carolina has fallen off a little bit. Still one of the best defenses in the country. And remember, folks, this is a good time to announce Vlad Sexton. You see him on the screen there. Vladdy Daddy, the tight end that helped lead us to the national championship in Season 14, will enter the transfer portal, along with Yams legend and the best player on the Yams roster, A.J. Flanagan, will be entering transfer portal as well. Those are confirmed. So here we go. Latina Juice Gator Bowl on the line. Fresno State starts us out. East Carolina gets a safety. Let's go. 7-2 is a very normal score, of course. 7-2 here. We're still going. East Carolina can't score here. It's 7-2 at halftime. Oh my. East Carolina, please only get 2 points today. Please. 10-2. Come on, East Carolina. No scoring. 10-2, baby. Go to the fourth. Come on. No! Vlad Sexton gets him on the board. Only 10 points here for Chadley Brown. That's actually incredible as they go 46 yards, no good. So great job by the East Carolina defense holding Chadley Brown to 10 points. As remember, we'll jump in at the 2-minute mark here. 4th down. Fresno State getting the ball back, of course. So here we go. 2 minutes left. Chadley Brown, the final game of his career. The legendary SFA player, probably Hall of Famer. He hands it off, trying to finish the game. Up 1. East Carolina's got to use the timeouts. Best defense in the country. A.J. Flanagan there, number 54 in the middle. Who's going to make the play? It's a handoff again. He gets the room. Last chance. Remember, Dan Harper ran for like 200 yards on UNLV's dome in that game. See if they can do it. One more first down. Chadley Brown doesn't even have to throw it here. He gets 5. East Carolina unhappy with the rushing performance here. Who would have thought this would be a 10-9 victory We have about 5 games left before the Citrus Bowl. Chadley Brown breaks the tackle, and that's going to do it. He wins the Latina Juice Gator Bowl. What a run for the legendary Chadley Brown. And that will be the final highlight of his career. Chadley Brown, what a name, what a legend. Your SFA Player of the Year for Season 16. Will go out with a 10-win season. Likely will be a first ballot Hall of Famer. And how about the Mountain West going 4-0 in Bowl Mania so far? And the ACC dropping to 1-4. Not looking good for UNC or Florida State playoff fans. Be 1-4 for the ACC and the Mountain West 4-0. And so that's going to be a Fresno outright win. (10-9) is your final. An unreal game. I don't think anybody would have thought this would be a low-scoring game, at least for Fresno. And they get it done. 10-9. Kennelly beats East Carolina, steals the Latina Juice, and the Conrad Gatterdam era has officially started in Fresno State. Chadley Brown goes out on top. And this is always the bittersweet moment in the SFA. Some of the greatest players of all time playing for their last time on game day, on stream. Unreal. 10-9 is the final. So for those of you guys who bet, this is a Fresno outright victory. So they outright won the biggest spread of the days. So 34% of you guys, 34% of the money. And some of the biggest prizes for people in the SFA still up for grabs. You still got the Yam and Cheez-It Bowl on the line coming up. So your scoring summary, a 27-yarder. We got a safety and a Vladdy Daddy touchdown. Remember, Vlad Sexton will be going to the transfer portal, assuming he doesn't declare. So that is a Fresno outright. And player stats here, we got Chadley Brown going 17-31, 210, 1 touchdown and 1 pick in his final game. Dan Harper over 100 yards. Fred Hart, Yams legend and Mackey Award winner, 3 for 24. On defense, Tango Sadiqui gets 2 TFLs, 2 sacks. Interception goes to Frank Scott. And forced fumbles go to Shameik Dodson. He'll be in the transfer portal. He gets a fumble. The former bust. Did not get the starting tag. Edwin Williams, the sophomore. Vladdy Daddy, 4 for 42. On defense, Ryan, he gets 13 tackles. 4 sacks, and Bradley Edwards picks off Chadley Brown. And 2 fumbles. Can I yeet my money back from a recruit? No. Sorry. The only way you can get more money at this point is if you get a compensatory award for players leaving, which I don't think UTSA has to worry about. I don't think you have any juniors that are going to be declaring anytime soon. I don't think you have any good players. So that is a Fresno outright. All right, so we continue on. We only got a couple more bowl games. So BYU and LSU is up next. The Serve Pro First Responder Bowl. Shout out to any of our first responders out there. I don't know when, do you count as a first responder? Probably. So BYU, we got Llama versus Ron. So Ron, if you're here, let me know. Heads or tails, kick or receive. You get priority. Who do you guys think cover in this game? LSU, 4.5-point favorite. BYU was not a playoff team. 10-win year, though. Big time year. Unfortunately, they lost a weird one to Duke, and then they couldn't end up beating Michigan, which was the game that they had to have if they wanted to be taken seriously. So a lot of SFA players on both sides. Yeah, Dogwater, it's you kind of build it up over time. Like when transitioning to a week, it's a bit harder. And obviously coming off being sick, it's a lot harder. But yeah, you kind of just get used to it. I've been doing it 4 years straight now, like every 5 days. So, but yeah, it does get difficult, especially these long streams. Like, we're going over 3 hours of me just talking constantly. So 10-2 versus 9-3, Lavello Blackley and company. The final game for the $1 Million Man, Deshaun Niebers. A lot of promising players for BYU. And freshman All-Americans, Addie McBuckets. So a lot of star power in this game. Great year for LSU, trying to keep the SEC's undefeated streak. They're 3-0 currently. BYU trying to get the independents on the board after Miami choked. So every conference has now won a game besides the independents. So see if BYU can get it done. Nicely done. Dogwater's one of those guys who his Christmas party is just a PowerPoint. It's not really a Christmas party unless you were streaming the SFA on the projector. Alright, here we go. First Responders Bowl, LSU. Big start, big play for BYU. Here we go, we got a game. Come on, BYU. Show the world why you should have been considered a playoff team. 10-7. This team has been pretty good this year. 17-7 now for LSU. BYU gets one back. Lavello Blackley, though, the former #1 recruit, extends his lead. BYU on the road. There they go. Winter gets it in. I think that was actually Reese Brewster. But LSU continues to be tough. Back to 2 scores. Remember, we can't jump in unless it's a 2-score game. They get it back. There's one. Can they get a stop? All right, here we go. 1st and 10, LSU. Can BYU get the stop? They have the timeouts. Lavello, Blackley, Addie McBuckets in the backfield. Here's the handoff to McBuckets, the freshman All-American. He goes backwards. The $1 Million Man, Deshaun Niebers, top of your screen, his final career game. Lavello Blackley, the former #2 recruit. And once again, McBuckets goes backwards, stuffed. 3rd and 18. Can BYU get the ball back? Coach Ron, the legendary coach, trying to get another big-time bowl win. Handoff to McBuckets, the hurdle, and it's not going to work. 4th and 12. And they are going to punt, not going for it. So BYU is going to have to drive the length of the field. And, oh, that goes through the back of the end zone. So here comes BYU. No timeouts, 1:20. Shamar Winter in the backfield, former #1 running back. You got Reese Brewster, bottom of your screen, 3-star. They're going to yam it. First play out of bounds, just out of the reach. That's Jonathan Bell. Remember, they've got a big-time SFA player athlete, going to be their quarterback of the future, Earl Snyder Sr. But he's the backup this year. Brewster, top of the screen. Kalen Thrust, bottom. Bell, he has time. It hits Winter, who pushes forward. That's Cookman on the stop, the SFA linebacker. 3rd and 1. Kansas back? No. Kansas has Shadon Iverson. That's who you're thinking of. He's still over there. 3rd and 1 for Bell. Floaties, hits his man. That's a first down. Jeff Morton for 13. The Mormons are moving it. Morton the Mormon. 1st and 10. Across the 40. Bell, he yams it to the corner and hits him. Kyle Archie for 20. An absolute bloop. Here comes BYU, 4 wide. Thrust at the bottom of the screen. He's the deep threat. Bell has time, good blocking, dumps it off, and Winter goes out of bounds. So save some time. Doesn't get any extra yardage, though. They are in yam range. 36 seconds left, no timeouts. Who's going to make the play for LSU? Serve Pro First Responder Bowl, Jonathan Bell. He has time, yams that one, and a big-time catch for Kalen Thrust. His 3rd of the day. 32 seconds now. They're using the sidelines expertly. Just a sign of Coach Ron's incredible coaching. 1st and 10. Bell drops back, only a 4-man rush. They've had great pass protection here tonight, and they get out of bounds. Another expert use from Coach Ron. A longtime coach, knows how to play this game. 2nd and 7. Tight end in motion. Inside the 20. Jonathan Bell has time. He dumps that to Winter, who hangs on. Now clock's ticking. Now you got to hurry it up. 3rd and 4. 13 yards away. Can they tie this game up? Bell has time. Floats it to the end zone. Double coverage incomplete. Game on the line. Here we go. Can BYU shock the SEC? 4th down. Bell to the end zone. Caught! It's Reese Brewster, the SFA player. They went for the swat and whiffed. And Llama is sick to his stomach. And now they're trying to ice the extra point. And they're going for 2. They ice the extra point and they're like, nah, let's go for the win. Coach Ron in his bag. And they call another timeout and they're back to the extra point. And now they're playing mind games back and forth. What is actually going to be the call? They'll kick the extra point after all this shenanigans. What in the world? Llama and Coach Ron going back and forth with the mind games. Well, it looks like we've got extra football, baby. Our 3rd OT game of the day. We had 1 go to 3. We had 1 go to 4. We get a stiffy. Oh, could we see another? The return. 000. We've got overtime, folks. The Serve Pro First Responders Bowl delivering a classic. And as always, we'll go heads and defense. And LSU will start out on defense. 4.5-point favorite. Remember, a lot of BearCave points on the line today. BYU will start with the ball. Big time drive to win it. Or to tie it up. Here we go. Handoff to Shamar Winter. He breaks 1 and he only gets 2. 2nd and 8. Remember, folks, we got a couple more bowl games and then the Citrus Bowl on tap for tonight. Big day of SFA. We'll have a full bowl season video to highlight it, along with the Citrus Bowl highlights, of course. And the CFP will start on Thursday as Shamar Winter takes a handoff, big hole, and gets a first down. 34-34. BYU has been controlling it. Welcome back, McNasty, in for a couple big-time bangers. Handoff. Bell keeps it. He has some room. Can he get to the end zone? Pushed and into the 2. What a run from Bell. First and goal for the Mormons. The handoff to Winter, and he doesn't get it. Can LSU get the goal line stand? Second and goal for the Mormons. Shamar Winter at running back, the 5-star running back. Second and goal. The handoff. Touchdown, Shamar Winter. Will they go for 2? No, they will not. We got the lefty kicker here. Kick is up, and it's good. So LSU on their back foot now. Needs a touchdown to extend the game. Lavello, Blackley. Drops back over the middle, hits a wide open man, and that'll be a first down. That's Bowie. Remember, this is the $1 Million Man, Deshaun Niebuhr's final game, number 81. First ever $1 Million SFA player. First and 10. They're stacking the box for the freshman All-American running back who goes backwards again. Addy McBucket's unable to do anything today. BYU's run defense has been impeccable. So they're now behind the sticks here. One-on-one up top with Deshaun Niebuhr's. This is where he earns that paycheck. Lavello steps down, dumps it off to Bowie, and he falls forward for a healthy chunk. 3rd and 7. That's Gardner. They get half of it back. 3rd and 7. Goat Sicky in the slot. McBucket's in the backfield. Niebuhr's solo on the left side. Lavello to the end zone and overthrew Niebuhr's. That was it. What are you doing, Lavello? Game on the line, 4th and 7. To win the First Responder Bowl for the Mormons. They'll audible. The snap. Blackley over the middle. Touchdown, LSU! They tie it up. We're going to a second overtime. These games are going incredible today. This is our 3rd multi-overtime game. LSU will start now. Lavello Blackley, they'll fake the handoff. He's going to do it himself, dumps it off here. Gets hit hard, pops right back up. And that's Jelani McCray, the 5-star freshman SFA player, number 89. 2nd and 3 for Lavello Blackley. The handoff to McBuckets, and he goes nowhere again. Just not a good game for the freshman All-American. Third and 3. Can BYU get off the field? The counter. McBuckets goes backwards. Field goal attempt now. The kick to take the lead. It's good for LSU. That was a big kick. So BYU now, they have it on the ropes. They can win it here. The quick throw, that was dangerous. Remember, anything less than a field goal is going to be a LSU win. Second and 11. Bell, it's a handoff here to Winter. Breaks one, breaks another. He was close to breaking that away. Can LSU get off the field and stop it here? We'd be going to a third overtime if they have to settle for a field goal. 3rd and 9 for Jonathan Bell. The drop back over the middle, hits his man. Broken tackle, can he make the play? No! But it's 4th and 1. Will they get aggressive? No, the lefty kicker comes out to tie the game and send us to a third overtime. 33 yards from right hash. It's good! Triple overtime on deck. 44-44. BYU takes over. You got to go for 2 now. Split backs. Triple option. The backup running back stiffies a man. Cookman brings him down. Yeah, it doesn't look good coming off a lefty kicker. 2nd and 4. Split backs again. What's the call from Coach Ron? The handoff, it's a keeper for Bell. He has room on the edge. He makes a play. It's going to be a touchdown for BYU. They break 50. And now you got to go for 2. So going for 2 now. It's a handoff to Thrust. He gets it. The jet sweep works. Unbelievable. So now LSU is on their back foot. A touchdown and a 2-point conversion to extend the game. Blackley dumps that off, and it's dropped by McBuckets, who's having just a dreadful performance at the end of the game. Pretty much all negative runs, a drop pass. The freshman, the lights were too bright. 2nd and 10. Lavello over the middle. That's caught by Gosicki. Not sure what the safety was doing. That's a first. The safety got scared of the equipment. Didn't want to make the tackle. It was a business decision there, I guess. First and 10. Lavello. It's a blitz. He jumps it off to McBuckets. McBuckets breaks through. First down, Addie McBuckets. That is the way to make up for your hardships earlier in the game. My God. 1st and goal. The handoff to McBuckets. No, it's kept by Blackley, and he goes down. McBuckets could have scored. 2nd and goal. At the 8. Needs a touchdown. Man in motion. They hand it off. And Gardner gets inside the 5. It's 3rd down. Can BYU hold? 2 more plays. Can the Mormons get it done? 3rd and goal for the LSU Tigers. Handoff to McBuckets, and oh, he wasn't down. No way, they got screwed. That was a touchdown. 4th and goal, game on the line. Can LSU extend it here? Lavello over the middle, touchdown LSU! What a play, what execution! But they need the 2-point conversion as well. You gotta have it again. What is the call for Llama? Blackley. The snap, it's a throw. Rolls right, takes off, it's no good! BYU's gonna win it 52-50. What a game! And Coach Ron is victorious. Another triple OT classic here in bowl season. The BYU outright victory, folks. And this is a byproduct of how the conference championship auto bids it makes bowl season better. These games are such better matchups across the board because you got the conference champions automatically in, so a lot of the great at-large teams are now thrusted down the board a little bit here. LSU would have been a fringe playoff team, and instead they play in an instant classic with a BYU team who probably would have throttled a different team they would have been matched up with. Incredible. The SEC has handed their first loss of bowl season 52-50. We've had 3 incredible overtime games today. All that went 3+ OTs. A trio of classics, and we're still not done. We got 3 more bowl games before the Citrus Bowl, which will be here tonight in its full entirety. And that's number 2 of our all-time instant classics. What in the world? You know how many games we've had in the SFA? That's massive as Shamar Winter goes crazy. Buckets goes crazy. And it all went to triple OT. The 2-point conversion, multiple 4th downs. An instant classic score here. Let me get my scoring summary. That is a BYU outright victory for those of you guys scoring at home. Let's take a look at the stats, man. What a game. An instant classic here. Jonathan Bell, the redshirt senior, 22-33, 321 and 3 touchdowns. Running the ball, Shamar Winter goes 22 for 143. Big time game for him. Reese Brewster, have yourself a day. His final game. And on defense, 4 TFLs for Patterson, 2 sacks. And they got him at the very end when it mattered the most as well. Lovello tried to make another hero ball play, and he just could not. And for LSU, Lovello Blackley, man, what a game. 36 for 50, 432, and 4 tutties. McBuckets goes for 119 and a tutty. Blackley as well. Deshaun Ebers, his final game, giving himself the $1 million tagline. It worked out for him. And on defense, Mike Mason gets 10 tackles. A true freshman here, 4 TFLs. He's going to be great. Couple of interceptions, none. Deflections, only had 1. The fumble goes to him as well. And who are your players of the game, man? My goodness, what a game. That one is a great one, dude. We've had some instant classics today. No, sir, Flame. We still have 3 left. You did not miss anything. I mean, you just missed an instant classic here. Watching the bowl recap highlight reel is going to be incredible. We have so many instant classics here tonight. It's going to be like a 5 or 6 minute video. All right, let's pay you guys out for this one. BYU with the outright victory. This is why you play the games, folks. You get some incredible results, and this one is going to be awesome. B-Dog, let me know if you're here. But Coach B-Dog taking on his former team in the Sleepers Peepers New Orleans Bowl. So this is going to be a 7-point favorite for Texas. Texas had a bit of a weird year. Didn't really beat anybody they needed to really get respect. but a chance to dome his former team, who missed out on the playoff because of 2 losses to Bryce Beers and company. So Southern Miss has beaten everybody but Coastal. Can they do it here? Number 18 versus number 15, another great matchup. Let's see what happens. Get those Babanos bets in. Let's get these 1,000 points on in there, folks. Let's get these good games going. Get your Babanos in. Let's have a good one. Trey White is healthy. He is playing. And this is going to be also Stewart. Morris Stewart for Texas, the guy that seems like he's Johnny Manziel. Going to be a great game for him as well. So let's see what happens. We got 2 games after this, but this is the big one. Well, I don't know if this is the big one. This is a big one. All great matchups. Let's finish the bowl season strong before an all-time CFP. Texas, Southern Miss in the Superdome. B-Dog versus his former team. Who is going to come to play tonight? Remember, Texas made the semifinals last year. We'll go heads and kick per usual. All right, a lot of Yams legends on this team as well for Southern Miss. So first quarter, Texas starts out early. They go up 14. This could be a slaughter. 14-3. Is the Southern Miss reign of terror over in the group of 5? 14-3. The defense not playing well. It's 21-3. 24-3. Domination for Texas. Can Southern Miss find their way back? No, it's 31-3. They're getting domed. Trey White is getting absolutely slaughtered. A fumble. Kamari Cruz. 45-3. Pure domination here for the Longhorns. Oh my goodness. The Sun Belt goes to 1-3. The SEC goes to 4-1. 45-3 straight to the dome. Good night, sweet Southern Miss. You will not be forgotten. Oh my God, what a smeckling. That's the biggest blowout of the day. Let's see the player stats here. Is Johnny Ward had to come in. Trey White goes 11-28 in his final game. They couldn't run the ball, averaging of like 1 yard a carry here today. That's horrible. Defensively, Willie Thompson, 13 tackles, 5 TFLs, no sacks, no interceptions. Oof is right. Couple forced fumbles. The SFA legend, Charlie Gutierrez, couldn't recover it, though. And Morris Stewart goes 9-20, and they will score 45. Unbelievable. 27 carries. Look how many different guys got carries. What in the world is that? What are you running? You get a carry. You get a carry. Everybody gets a carry. My goodness. No interceptions, couple deflections. Kamari Cruz, his final game, gets 2 forced fumbles and 2 recoveries. Great longtime SFA player. Players of the game go to Morris Stewart. He went 9-20. You would think with that stat line you would not be you'd not be player of the game, but gets it done. So that's a Texas cover for those of you guys betting at home. All right, 2 games left here in bowl season before we get to the Citrus Bowl. And these are big ones. You got 2, I would say, probably 2 of the best rosters coming up in these next 2 games, and neither of them are in the playoff because they both somehow lost 3 games. But first up, this is a big one. We got the Fire J Jetta's Outback Bowl. Michigan and Georgia Tech. Mango, who has a chance at the playoff, and choked to Minnesota, and Georgia Tech, who lost a couple down the stretch and just couldn't get back up there in the rankings. So Michigan. So Mango, if you're here, let me know heads or tails. Otherwise, I'm going to go with Coach Mike because I know what he wants. But who covers? This is a Georgia Tech GT minus 2.5. And you got Michigan. Now, this is an important game for the transfer portal because Jaquez Shady, the backup running back for Michigan, a former, I believe, 4 or 5-star player, if he loses this game, will have a broken promise and will enter the transfer portal. So Georgia Tech has the chance to force a Michigan player directly into the transfer portal. This would be massive in smacking around Michigan. I don't see Mango. I do see Mike. So Mike is here. So we'll go on board with him. And let me know. Can you remind me heads or tails? I know you want to receive, but let me know heads or tails. And he wants to go with the Black Watch set. Oh, baby. Here in the Outback Bowl. All right. Here we go. The second most prestigious non-citrus bowl game is the Outback Bowl. Obviously, coming up, we got the Yam and Cheez-It Bowl, which is the most prestigious one, and then along with the Citrus Bowl. So here we go. Michigan and Georgia Tech. You'd think this is a playoff matchup, but no. And oh boy, they kept them in the maze. So we got black on navy in this game. Hopefully we don't have to watch this. This is going to be awful. A little color rush game here for Coach Mike. I should have checked and made sure they're in their whites. That is my fault, but comes with the territory. Of course, this is the Fire Jay Jettas Bowl, so he's the organizer. Of course, he didn't get the right jerseys for either side. Typical Jay Jettas faction. So 2.5-point favorite is Georgia Tech. Everybody thought this was potentially the #1 team in the nation, but they've had some offensive struggles this year. I don't know why I asked you heads or tails. You don't get to choose. You're the away team. And Michigan chose to receive! Oh no, Georgia Tech! The one thing they didn't want! Oh no, Mango playing mind games, and they score! Forcing Clayton Tune to throw it. The worst possible start, but we head to the second quarter. Georgia Tech takes the lead. Michigan, they stumble. Remember, Michigan in the second half of the season has been dominant on BearCave, but Georgia Tech just dominating here in the first half. 20-7. They're going to constrict these chumps. Remember, Jaquez Shady will enter the transfer portal if Mango loses this game. They're up by 1, and here comes the second half surge. And they score, so now Georgia Tech on their back foot. They need a long one, and they don't get it. We're going one play at a time. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. That's a fumble recovery. Georgia Tech has it. Here they come. They're inside the 20. It's first and goal to the end zone, and they score it. Will they go for 2? Yes, and they don't get it. Lee McDuffie can't. So now here comes Michigan. Chance to run out the clock, and it's a penalty. 4th and 12. They got to punt it. Remember, we can't jump in till the 2-minute warning. Big play for Clayton Tune. Can they score before we jump in? Here we go. Inside the 15. Fire Jay Jetta's Outback Bowl on the line. 2 minutes left. It's not that bad for the jerseys. I can kind of tell. Clayton Tune, he's going to run some clock here. Quick option, and he goes nowhere. Remember, the field goal is just as good as the touchdown in terms of winning. Obviously, you want to run some clock here. 3rd and 8. Handoff up the gut. It's going to be Caleb Hardy, and they're going to have to settle for a field goal. All right, so to take the lead here for Georgia Tech, 29-28. Michigan will get their chance. The kick's up, and it's good. All right, so Georgia Tech up, but not covering, of course. Michigan, game on the line, ball on the line, and their running back of the future on the line right here. We're going to see James Love and company. Historically not very good. Live is James Love, their quarterback. Greg Rogers historically is great live. So we'll see if they run it. They do have a timeout. So you can still kind of run your offense. I doubt they will as we're under 2 minutes. So here we go. Trips left. 1st and 10 for Mango and company. Love hits his man. Clock's ticking. David Greer. That's a new school record. Beaten John Navari. So no SFA players have broken this record until now. James Love. Prize like a Tom Brady doesn't have that, but of course he doesn't. 2nd and 6. Love drops back. He has to take off. Ball's on the ground! And Michigan recovers. Serge Gates jumps on it. That could have ended it right there. So 3rd and 15. It's not looking good. You're down to 60 seconds. Split backs for Michigan. Rogers in motion. He goes out. Love over in the middle. Almost picked! Oh my! Here we go. Game on the line. Outback Bull hangs in the balance. 4th down for Michigan. It's a delay give to Rogers, and he doesn't get it. Coach Mike's gonna win. What is Michigan doing? They fold, and Jaquez Shady will enter the transfer portal. As Clayton Toon, he takes a knee. Georgia Tech will go out with a 10-win season. Congratulations to Coach Mike getting it done. It was a comeback. It was a struggle. But they were able to get it done here. They will have to snap it one more time. We'll see if they get crazy and run a real play. It doesn't look like it. So Georgia Tech will get out of here and steal a victory. And this will be a Georgia Tech no cover. Remember, we'll get you a BearCave update after the Citrus Bowl as we go into the CFP opening round on Thursday and Saturday. So we'll see if they're already decided, the rewards, or we'll see if there's still changes to be made. But Georgia Tech, no cover, and the ACC will be 2-4 here in bowl season. And the Big Ten loses another. They'll go down to 3-2. Conference USA records 1-2. Currently, the leader is going to be the Mountain West at 4-0. That's where they'll finish, as they don't have another team playing until, obviously, the playoff, where Wyoming will play. SEC is next at 4-1. Big Ten's 3-2. Pac-12's 2-2. The Big 12's 1-2, and the ACC's 2-4. The MAC's 1-2, Conference USA's 1-2, AAC's 1-2, Sunbelt's 1-3, Independents are 1-1. Yeah, Mountain West is dominating. Now, obviously, they didn't have anybody in like a crazy big-time bowl, but all their guys came to play. Fresno State in the biggest game, beating East Carolina. So that's how it goes. Georgia Tech, they're behind for a little bit, and then that second quarter really made the difference, and then they score the final 9 points here. So that is a Georgia Tech no cover. We got one more BearCave style bowl game, and then it is game day style games from here on out. That's a Georgia Tech no cover. Let's see the player stats here. As Clayton Tune, the junior, likely going to declare. He's 15 of 20, so it looks like we'll have a new era of Georgia Tech quarterbacks, probably Kai Oyama. 15 of 20, 246, 3 touchdowns. Run the ball, Hardy. Lee McDuffie's a senior, only got 28 yards. Blocking, a lot of pancakes there. And Cedric Hawkins, what a grab he's been. He's only a sophomore. Freddie Kazili, former one-star player. He has 4 TFLs and 2 sacks on the day. Absolute domination. Interception, of course, goes to Tech Sergeant. Buckus Award winner. Big-time player. Former BearCave Award player. A lot of fumbles on the day, 4. And for Michigan, James Love goes 26 of 36. We'll see if he comes back for them. Running the ball, 100 yards for Phillips. Jaquez Shady will be entering the transfer portal. Runner Hornbeak, longtime great, will be ending. Cheeto's career will end. And another SFA great as well. Let's find him, see what kind of game he had. Meatball had 6 tackles, but I'm looking for Cassius Strayer, the former Buffalo Bull, finishes with only 3 tackles. And that will do it. So we'll see who the players of the game are. This is going to be a stacked portal, folks. Gotta have some, you gotta retain some of your budget because we are going with some of, I'm going to start stacking these portals like real life. All right, so we got Michigan, or this is Georgia no cover. Whee. Whoops. Let me get that fixed. Okay. And Michigan, 100% of you guys chose the plus 2.5 for Michigan. So not a lot of faith in Georgia Tech. What a weird trophy for the Outback Bowl. So remember, guys, this will be the final one. I will put out a full highlight video for the bowl season because we've had so many games. I just want to make sure all of them are done. Obviously, this will be the Citrus Bowl coming up next. Playoff game. We'll be doing the Yam and Cheez-It Bowl right now. First round game. Placeholders, 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 placeholders. Okay. So I just want to make sure I didn't miss a bowl game. So here we go. Coach Tribe and Coach Flame in the greatest prize, not the CFP or the Citrus Bowl. The world famous, the Yam and Cheez-It Bowl, the greatest name in SFA history. It's Baylor is a 3-point favorite. So Tribe does get priority here in terms of if he's here. So Tribe, if you're here, let me know. So are you going with Baylor? Our reigning national champions won't be for long. Or are you going to go with Florida with the star freshman, Decorian Thunder? We saw this matchup in the Outback Bowl a couple of years ago that ended on a Hail Mary for DJ Weber. He is playing in this game. So I do not see Tribe. So we're going to go on board with Flame. He's going to pick Kick. Here we go. The final bowl game of this stream. Remember, VOD will be up on YouTube later tonight. And then the highlights from bowl season will be available tomorrow, along with the highlights from the Citrus Bowl. We got a lot of highlights. We got like 30 of them. It was a big-time day. We'll see if we can add more. So the Cheez-It, or the SFA Yam and Cheez-It Bowl is underway. Baylor and Florida. Tribe versus Flame. The reigning national champion versus the Gators, who are on an upwards trajectory after Dogwater ruined the program. Coach Tribe has done a masterful job in his first year. See if he can cap it off with a 10-win year and a big-time victory over Baylor. The Big 12 is 1-2 on the day, trying to get back to 500, and the SEC is 4-1, trying to get to 5. So here we go, number 11 versus number 8. Two fringe playoff teams in our old format, both making this prize much more valuable. So Tribe, they're going to win the toss and they will kick. So this is a Florida team that has a lot of reward players in terms of, like, the best D lineman was Tutu Tulip. The Korean Thunder, freshman All-American snub. Baylor starts with a field goal. Baylor gets a touchdown. They are no stranger to big-time games. Flame dominates them. Flame dominating this game early on. Florida has done nothing on that side of the field. 17-0 at halftime. Are we going to see another Flame masterclass? 17-7. Are we going to see a late push from the freshmen? Are they finally settling in? Doesn't look like it. They need a late push for DeCorian. They do. Onside recovered by Baylor. They got to get a stop. Remember, I can't jump in unless it's a one-score game. So they have to hope for a missed field goal here. They don't get it, so they need 2 quick scores. Down 13. We've seen crazier. It's a 31-yarder. A sack, 4th down. And he doesn't get it. So Baylor is going to go out with a Yam and Cheez-It Bowl trophy. Congratulations, Coach Flame. Dominant fashion. A big-time win for the Flamester. And DJ Weber once again dominating Florida. He gets 2 touchdowns here. So both Georgia Tech and Baylor go out with victories. That iconic early season game where you guys went to OT. Turning out you guys are 2 of the best teams in the country. Just didn't end up working out, unfortunately, that you guys make the playoff, but that's all right. Baylor covers. We'll check. Let me just get my Baylor cover. So the SEC loses. They'll go to 4-2. Big 12's 2-2. So we just checked the scoring summary. We'll check the player stats. Baylor, Latrey Raines, he will be back. This was his first full year as the starter. 19-23, 297, and 2 touchdowns. Run the ball, Niall Sheathers. We'll see if he returns, your current SFA cover athlete. DJ Weber will be gone, and he will be missed. One of the better CPU receivers you'll ever see. Solo Tippins. Big day for Monroe Rosecrans, and on defense. 8 tackles, couple of TFLs, sacks to Sanders and Kearney, interception to Victor Wilson, couple deflections, fumbles, and a big-time win for Flame and for Florida. DeCorian Thunder will be back. He's only a freshman, folks. 19-36, the gunslinger. Brandon Wilson, DeCorian Thunder. And on defense, Raven Roebuck. These 2 freshman dynamos. 16 tackles. Yeah, they're going to be back. Flame. It might be in the crosshairs here for Baylor, who loses to them again. My goodness. Florida hates the Baylor Bears. Yes, sir. Another 10-win season's nothing to scoff at. I know you're looking at that trophy, Flame, but a Yam and Cheez-It Bowl is nothing to scoff at, obviously. So DeCorian Thunder is your player of the game. Raven Roebuck, Latrey Raines, and Victor Wilson almost go 4 for 4 on SFA players. That's a Baylor cover. So we'll pay you guys out here. All right, so that's going to do it for the BearCave portion of our bowl season. I'm going to take like a 5-minute break, and then we are going to go for broke with the Yamin, or not the Yamin, just the SFA Citrus Bowl. This is the best Citrus Bowl in SFA history in terms of pure talent. We've never had these 2 high rated of a team because of our conference champions and how everything's situated. So now these bowl games get better and better matchups. So Tennessee and Coach Nix taking on Coach Fed and Oklahoma State, 2 of the best teams all season long. It's going to be a great one. We'll be back in about 5 minutes or so. So thank you guys for watching. Like I said, highlights will be available tomorrow. VODs will be on YouTube as well. An incredible bowl season. We had 3 games go to 3 overtimes or more. So I can't wait to splice all these up. But yeah, we'll see you back for the Citrus Bowl here in about 5 minutes. Peace.